No, but you can do this anyway.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. Let's see how this rolls out. New format. Uh-oh. Open up the wrong windows. Hold on. We got a new format. We're gonna see how it goes. I hope you enjoy the layout. Let us know if it's glitchy or if the sound quality is bad, and we'll try and make it better. This is all a kind of a test run for us. So, we'll see how it does. It is our Monday night stream, A Company of Fools, and we have here our Company of Fools. I'll let them go ahead and introduce themselves and their characters, and then we will get started playing some Dungeons and Dragons.
Hey guys, I'm John. I go by Broker. I'm the Rogue Mastermind.
Hi everyone, I'm Dio. I play Sparks, Rogue Artificer.
I'm Stu. I play Gaz, the half-orc Oath of Redemption Paladin, who's commanding this group.
I'm John. I'm playing Preacher, the Unity Cleric, who's keeping everyone alive for the most part.
Doing a good job too.
You're welcome.
And I'm Adam. I'm playing the Warlock Trix.
Alright, and I'm the Mark Knight. I will be your Dungeon Master this evening. When we last left off, the Legion had scoured the third level, the third kind of basement, I guess, of the Citadel, discovering that it had been kind of a trap of devils lying in wait for them. Managing to clear out that portion of the Citadel, they came to some disturbing conclusions, finding a group of prisoners that was in incredibly poor and painful condition, and having them led up to the rest of the Legion above in order to be kept safe. They also found that this was the place where many of the prisoners had been tortured or injured and toyed with. You found that one of the bearded devils had escaped down a flight of stairs. And that's kind of where you left off at the end of last session, checking the bodies of the demons to see if any of them were possessed humans, and finding a number of them were both still breathing and had some of those iron coins on their possession. I'd say that about all but the barbed devil, in fact, were possessed people.
And how many specifically were breathing?
I'm gonna say that. Let's see. There were 4 out of the 7 of them, I think, that were still mostly alive, or alive enough.
In which case, Gaz is going to heal each of them for 1 hit point and promptly knock them out.
Okay. Alright. They are unconscious, and I'm assuming you remove the iron coins from their possession and have them dragged up to the upper levels where the rest of the Legion are? Or what is your plan at this point? Do you continue your extermination efforts? It is far too early in the day for you to benefit from another long rest. So what is your plan at the moment?
Yeah, I'm out of spell slots.
I have 1 first level left.
I do have some spell slots, like 4, but I'm low on health.
I'm pretty good to go.
I'm
However-
low on health and low on spell slots.
So it seems like maybe come down again tomorrow.
Well,
Well, that'd be good in like an hour.
Before that, can we
Warlock.
can we have more people come here to secure this room, because there's 2 sets of stairs that is going down. I don't want
Very
to.
good point.
I don't want to
Yeah.
return to have to clean this room again.
Yeah, we should also. Yeah, we should at least go back up 1 floor to talk to the priest. Hopefully, we don't disrupt the exorcism.
Does the door leading down by where Sparks is on the map, is that locked from the our side or from the stairs side?
Oh, I open it up.
Yeah, she unlocked it from your side. The keyhole is one of those keyholes you can see through, so you should be able to lock or unlock it from either side.
Oh, okay.
We barricade it though.
And yes, there is the flight of steps down in that excavated corridor that is beyond the map that Gaz had, the specs of the sub-basement.
Incidentally, the
I
map.
just had a bad thought. I'm going to roll knowledge religion to see if I know that any of the demons that we fought were capable of casting that symbol that was on the ground.
Okay. It's not bad. 16.
Could I help him?
You can. I will let you know what you know. Not any of the ones you've seen. No.
Alright, so that confirms that there is something worse down below.
Well, you also know that the summoning the summoning ritual that was used to summon a greater fiend, and even that barbed devil would have been classified as one of the lesser devils of the hells. Gaz figured that out at the end of last session. So that kind of confirms those suspicions.
And with the map, does it have schematics for the floor below this one, or does it just end?
It does have schematics for the floor below this one, but that is the last floor it has schematics for.
Were there anything in these 2 rooms?
That
yes.
was mushroom-filled room.
Yes, it was. It looked like purposely cultivated mushrooms that gave off a rather. Thanks for the cheer. Look at that. A fun new little thing that pops up and says thanks for the cheer. Thanks, Barzupal.
Me.
I know it's you.
Let me use a corgi icon.
Nice. By the way, we are working on some new emotes for the stream as well. So hopefully we'll get that soon too. Anyway, the schematics go 1 floor lower. That room was filled with poisonous mushrooms that were being cultivated purposefully, and then that last room in the back corner seemed to be a room where I believe I told you it was the room where the barbed devil was would like play with its food essentially.
So, okay,
Yeah, a lot
guys,
of gore strewn all over.
I have. Do we know the name of the thing that was summoned here?
Not as yet. It didn't show up on the cleared up page or anywhere in the diary.
Okay. Now I have a suggestion that might be a very terrible suggestion. We have 300 men. Can we make a relay system in which we send a team down to clear one section of one room, and then another one ready to relay them and go on so forth, just to keep the pressure on the devils and not let them prepare while we rest?
It's not a bad idea, but we also have to keep in mind, like, they have to be. We have to have some, at least one or two scouts going with them, because if any of our men come across that symbol, they were more like that if there's another symbol down below, and if any of our men come across it, they're very likely to be killed.
So
And
we
on
need.
top of that, what happens if they also cast darkness down there, just in case today?
In game terms, just to kind of give you an idea of the strength of your units, essentially any non-specialized infantry are like first or second level fighters. Any specialized infantry that you may have, which I don't know if you have any right now with the size of the Legion, they might be like third level. Those would be like your sergeants at this point.
Yeah, and these things gave us a rough time of it.
And that's just to kind of give you a perspective of, like, you would know, you would essentially know the quality of the men that you have, right? You would have an understanding of their capabilities, so that's the easiest way for me to quantify them for you.
I mean, I feel like, given enough time, like maybe 4 to 5 teams of 12 men probably would have been able to clear this floor at significant cost, though.
Yeah. And aside from that, we do know that some of these people are being possessed, so that might very well happen to our own men.
Are they possessed over time, or are they possessed instantly?
Well, I think it's knowledge religion.
We've also got a priest upstairs we can ask too, and I'm hoping that he'll be able to purge them.
Do you remember what I told you about those coins?
Or that they were I know Broker had that.
Yeah. Basically, the coins roughly translated as like a soul.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, let me find my notes on that. Okay, here we go. It was basically the written in sort of frame for the purchase of one soul, is what I've got here.
Okay, that's what you know about it. Okay.
But what I understood is basically once you get the coin, you start getting tempted to do evil stuff. So my understanding is that it is over time.
Yeah, there's no such thing as as best as I can know, that there's no such thing as an instantaneous possession by devil unless it is invited in.
Well, my question is, especially with the people there, were they being tortured into it?
I mean, getting hungry is a way of torture, guys.
I think they're a combination of breeding and livestock. Whoever did submit was eaten.
So, yeah, basically done under duress.
Yeah.
So what they do probably is break them physically and mentally until they get into become demons.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. And we do have a priest upstairs that we can hopefully ask if there's any way to help these people.
Won't that interrupt the ritual that he started?
We can at least ask, and if he waves us away, then we'll just leave it for later.
Okay, so first things first. We need to go upstairs to bring people here to secure this room. And probably interview the people that we saved to see if they know anything. We need to gather I think we need to gather as much information as we can, try to find out what we're actually dealing with, because we might not be able to deal with it at all.
Possible.
Thing is, if we can't, who can?
Very true. And who would be willing to try? This is an undeclared district, so a lot of them will probably go, well, it's not our issue, it's not ours.
Why don't we just go down there, assess the situation, then come back up?
I think I've still got protection from evils up, right?
It
Yeah.
lasts how long?
An
10
hour.
minutes, I believe?
Can
An
you
hour?
Pop the
Oh.
spell up? That's probably the easiest way of...
No, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You're right.
Okay, so you have it up for a little while. Although you guys have been searching like this corner of the room and having this conversation, so actually it's probably gone by now because you've been...
Okay.
Yeah, you've been searching, like looking at this... You've been having this conversation at the very least for about 10 minutes.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think maybe we should just leave it be for now, especially because in that 10 minutes they'd have quite a bit of time to prepare anyway.
Okay, so
Alright.
tell
I guess-
Urek to send people here.
And we'll get a barricade erected there, although... Actually, can we see the map for the next level down
I
that
was
I've got?
just about to show you that. Yep. I'm getting it ready so that you can see. Alright. That is the next level down. So as you can see, you also have lots of
We've got
Lots of-
another level below that.
yeah, and lots of corridors.
So yeah, even sending, say group of 5 or group of 5 teams down there wouldn't work because they'd be just funneled right through.
Question: Where are the set of stairs that come from the floor that we are to there?
Right here.
Not on the map.
These are the stairs.
Oh, okay.
These are the stairs that you're standing in front of, Sparks.
Okay.
Oh,
So we can assume that there's another one that is we cannot see.
that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we've got another set of stairs down, although the schematics don't show what's down there, right?
No, the schematics only go this far.
So is this one a set of stairs because it's like a raise up platform or something?
That is correct.
Okay.
Here, hold on. Let me do something real quick. Well, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
And yeah, like I just typed in the chat, we should probably have Lukash's group while they're there anyway, see whether the library has any archives for the fort's infrastructure. Because I'm sure the demons weren't solely responsible for digging stuff like that out.
Okay. Well, you tell me what you're doing.
Well,
I
we're
think
bringing people down, right?
We're bringing people down, instructing them on where we want them guarding, barricading the stairways,
Okay.
and we'll head back up and see if the priest is available to talk.
Okay. I will move you to the map with the priest so that you can speak with him. The alarm spell is still up and running. There are... your soldiers are still guarding the intersections that you've set them to guard at this level. I mean, it's only been about an hour since you've gone down there to that other level. And so things seem to be continue to be under wraps here.
And we have the 2 cultists in this room, I believe, right?
I think that is where you left them, yes.
Yeah, to prevent them from accidentally tripping the alarm.
Yes. The refugees, what do you have
Oh yeah,
them
the refugees too. Yeah,
the
is
refugees
where-
would trip the alarm.
Yeah, we sent them there, I think, if I recall right.
Yeah, I think we send them. Either we send them to a place that they will not trip the alarm, or we inform everyone that the alarm was about to get
Oh,
triggered.
you
I
by
think
told
we-
Urag. You told Urag
Yeah.
that you had people coming up. So
Yeah, we also.
you head up here, and all right. So Lukash's unit is at the archives, correct? Is at the Hall of Records.
Yes.
Okay. You have Lukash's unit at the Hall of Records. You have Silver is kind of in command of the forces that are guarding, I'm assuming.
Yes.
At the moment.
Yep.
Okay. As you and I guess Urag is up on the upper level because
Well, she can't fit down the
she
stairs.
can't fit
so-
down the stairs, so she's kind of on the upper level, giving out your orders as you telepathically communicate them, Gaz.
She's probably actually with Silver.
Okay.
That way, it's not just speaking through the authority of "I'm his mount."
As you come up to this level, and you enter the kind of the central chamber to go head and speak with the priest, there is there's a member of the Legion who is essentially like an office worker of the Legion, essentially, like a page or
Scribe.
yeah. And he approaches you, Commander, and begins kind of a walking and talking with you as you enter this room. He walks up to you and says, Commander, while you've been down below, I have several articles that have arrived for you.
Uh,
I knew that'd be Sparks' reaction.
He hands you the paper, and he hands you a letter. And he also informs you that there are two gentlemen who have arrived independently looking to speak with you.
I'll hand Sparks the paper.
and I'll kind of peek my head around and take a gander. It's not getting too close to Sparks, but just trying to read it as best I can.
Okay.
Over her shoulder.
Yeah.
The articles on the front page, the one that stands out, that is kind of the big news article, in big letters says, Legion makes play for Citadel. The Legion has stated that they are currently clearing out an unknown threat. Somebody has
You're
the
not
volume on, I can hear myself. The Legion has stated that they are currently clearing out an unknown threat from the heart of the Citadel. A source within the Legion has said there is possibly an otherworldly evil residing there, and the Legion is prepared to dig in and hold the Citadel for as long as needed. Which seems to be in direct quotes from Gaz. They have declared themselves.
It's not inaccurate.
They have declared themselves as a force for good in the city, with the intent of serving the citizenry, and yet this page wonders what they will do after the quote-unquote threat is gone. Some reports have recently come in saying the Legion has plans to make the Citadel their own, calling into question their true intentions. What will the houses make of this act, and will they see it as an act of aggression? Does the Legion intend to challenge the Council, or push around the noble houses through military might? Is this the first step towards war? Only time will tell.
Well, we had more fact than fiction that time, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, because you gave him the fact. Only because you gave him those facts. There's been
Well,
this.
if I had said nothing, then he would have done complete conjecture and not gotten a bit of truth out there.
Although this does raise an interesting point. The body of the barbed devil the devils like dissolve back to the hell, like back to the hells when
The
they
bearded
die?
ones don't. I'm not sure about the barbed.
The barbed one eventually is banished back to the hells. That's how you know it wasn't a possessed human. Over time, the ones that you've killed that were human, their visages begin to return to human form. The same with the ones that you have left unconscious, but it takes some time. They're like slowly returning to human form.
Oh, okay, so we did save the 4 then.
Mhm.
I thought we'd have to have the priest do a ritual to...
I'm sorry, if you removed the coins, they seem to be starting to return to human form. Slowly.
Well, that's good news anyway.
Yeah.
Hopefully they retain some of the memories of what happened.
My question is, where are we doing with the coins? Where are they?
They are that little black dot in the corner of that one room. That was a pile of the coins, but I believe that they were planning to be moved into...
They were planning to be moved in this room here.
Okay.
I'm not touching them.
I suggest no one does.
We should probably bring the priest in here just to kind of
When he is
help us
done.
assess what to do. Yeah.
When he is
So,
done.
actually,
Perhaps we could use a broom.
though I did want to see whether he was available or not.
Who was available?
The priest that's currently cleansing this floor, because he's got more than just this floor to do, apparently.
Well, I didn't detect anything that was blatantly desecrated down below.
No, you did not.
Unlike up here.
Okay.
Yes, the desecration is centered on that spot, but it does permeate the building. He is mid ritual, like he is walking around the room, kind of spreading incense and saying prayers to Orad. The letter that you received, Gaz, in addition to the
Newspaper.
in addition to the paper, says the following. Greetings, Commander. While I wish I could give guidance to all who seek for truth and light, I must choose my battles. The evil that has arisen from House Carmichael is the most pressing matter, and I must devote my attention there. Perhaps you could assist us in defeating this scourge. You would be blessed for your assistance. Unfortunately, I will have to decline to meet at your summit tomorrow. Archbishop Keaton.
And do I recognize that name? Or was he anything?
Yes, I mean House Keaton. House Keaton is traditionally the oldest member of House Keaton is like the minister of theology within the city on the council. And Archbishop Keaton is quite old and was, in fact, the head of House Keaton long before you even left for the Orc incursion.
Alright, so the Church of Orad is not a neutral member of the game.
So Archbishop Keaton is the high priest of a Church of the Pantheon, or the Church of the Pantheon, in the center of the city. It is a large cathedral that pays homage to all 8 of the great deities of the Valkyrian Empire, and it was built in honor of the Emperor. Once the Valkyrian Pantheon was ratified, was kind of like this is the Church of Valkyria.
What did he mean with saying that evil of House Carmichael?
The undead?
Yeah, because that was a clearly desecrated area. Like, that tripped all the senses. just
But
trying
he's
to.
not doing. But he's not doing anything with that.
Well, no, he's basically saying like I'm focused on dealing with the desecration that House Carmichael has wrought. As to how accurate that is, no idea. But he's saying that that's why he can't attend.
Okay.
But I did type out kind of what I was thinking we can do in response to that letter.
Sure, I'm gonna make a note of it, and I will send that to Archbishop Keaton after the stream.
And Preacher, how are you feeling with that idea?
Curious, a little bit apprehensive, because the church, I may be separated from the priest of the city from a long time, but he is still technically, I won't say,
Conflicting loyalties, then.
my loyalties to the Legion, but I cannot easily ignore anything that he would try to command of me.
Well, there's one thing. He's the head of the church here, but if I'm not mistaken, the great cathedral of Orad is in Geneva, isn't it?
It is.
It is.
So,
And that
But
is-
he is still a priest in Grover.
well, not the head priest. Is not also like the matron is not
Well,
here.
no,
It's already
Preacher
reached.
still would report to him, essentially.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the king. It doesn't matter. I can't take a matter to the emperor if the duke, as long as the duke reigns the city. Essentially.
Yeah.
And I mean no disrespect to Preacher, but I don't think he can represent the entire pantheon when he's pledged himself to one god. They would probably send someone else from within that very church that Keaton is from, in order to have a servant at the summit.
Well, no, I was saying, like, we could send Preacher to talk to the Archbishop in person.
Well, I was out of character. I was completely confused by your message, and I thought you meant you wanted Preacher to be the liaison at the meeting, and I'm like, that feels like a conflict of interest.
It's still a conflict of interest if you send him to the bishop.
Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily a conflict of interest, but it's one of those things that it's one of those things that if he were to command something of me that would be detrimental to the Legion, I could balk, but anything else,
Yeah,
and then he can punish every servant of Orad in the city to get back at you.
not necessarily. But he can. He would not go that far.
What I'm saying is that this entire city is corrupt. Or at least stagnant, if not corrupt, in a stalemate.
Which, the stalemate is fair, yeah.
Oh,
Okay, we'll amend the message to see whether he could send a liaison to us instead to attend the meeting. And if not, at that point we would be willing to send someone to him. I was thinking Preacher initially because of that tie to the church, but with the issues that Preacher himself raised, it probably would be better for either, more than likely, Broker, I think, would be a good pick.
By the way, there is something that haven't had a chance to tell you all. Should any of you need to meet with one of the heads of the houses or any sort of negotiations, let me know. And Preacher holds up his right hand, and all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, a ring appears on his middle finger.
Wait, are you saying you're a noble?
No,
Did you just flip us off?
no, just like
Celestial
so-
Bird.
No, it's just like he's holding a hand up, and just like out of nowhere, a ring just appears from being invisible on his hand.
Oh,
This ring shields one from being from magic that's designed to detect their intentions or read their thoughts.
So it's not a signet ring, it's just a protection.
magic ring,
It's
yeah.
a mind protection ring. We thought you had actual sway in the city. Our
Spark.
apologies.
For 1 second, yes.
Yeah,
Sparks, make a Make a roll, probably an intelligence and add your proficiency bonus to it, because you're an artificer, right? You have a level of artificer? Okay.
Yeah.
And you've grown up around your parents' shop. So that's an 8.
But that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. I'm too busy thinking of my money that I want my money back to care.
You've never seen that ring before. Or a ring like that before.
Can I have it to study it? It seems fascinating.
When the Citadel has been cleared and we're not in the threat of something that could potentially try to warp our minds. Yes.
Okay.
The page, and we'll say that's actually his
weren't
his
two
Legion
letters?
name. There was
there were two people waiting at the gate.
And there was the letter, and there were 2 people waiting at the gate. And so that's what he says. This is he's actually, his Legion name is Page for this very reason. He says to you, Commander, what shall I tell the 2 that are waiting at the gate?
Have they announced themselves?
They have.
And
I will give you that information.
While he's typing, I figured out why I could hear myself. Apparently the microphone, if you plug your headphones into the microphone that I'm using, you pick up the microphone itself if you have the volume turned up. So I moved it over to my speakers, and it's fine now. It's just that the cable's a little more stretched.
He tells you that one is a Mr. Tristan, who says that he is a representative of the Mint, who is seeking an audience with you for crucial reasons. The other is a Miss Kelland, who says that she is a member of the support staff at the council chambers.
I would not recommend. At that point, I'll just look immediately over at Commander and be like, I would not keep the person from the Mint waiting.
Good call. I think see them.
Isn't the council grounds where our entire company is camping
No.
right now?
No. I'll bring you over to the map of Grovair, since it seems important to know where everything is at the moment. And I can point those things out to you.
We're at number 1, right?
You are currently at 3. You are currently at 3.
3, okay.
This is
got it.
This itself is the Citadel. This red dot. Okay. So you are currently at 3. The council chambers are here, and the Mint is here. Both are on unaligned ground. They were ground once controlled by the Crown.
And yeah, likely that one is because it's in the castle.
Question mark.
And exclamation point.
Exclamation John.
Going off of this map,
Yes.
what direction is that 300-foot tunnel underneath the Citadel leading towards?
It actually goes... Yeah. I will point.
Okay.
This way.
Interesting. Okay.
Just that direction, not that far, I assume.
300 feet? Yeah, obviously not that far.
Yeah.
300 feet, 350 feet in that direction.
Alright. Yeah, just curious, because like, would have been that would have been bad for everyone involved. If it just if we found out, hey, there's a tunnel leading towards the mint underneath here.
No, actually, it goes. I'm sorry, it doesn't go this way. It goes this way. It's still under the island.
Okay, so it doesn't go underwater. Okay.
Correct. Yes, it does not go underwater.
The tunnel that I saw that had a cave, where was the direction of the tunnel?
The tunnel where you came in under the
underground cove.
The underground cove, that is directly under the Citadel. So the Citadel is like just off. It's right here, like on the edge of this district, is the Citadel. It used to protect this strait right here, right? And the cove, you come into it from this area. You can come into it.
Okay.
The submarine is parked on the inner side of the cove. That's the way that the Citadel faces.
Oh, speaking of which, I will go to Sparks and I'd be like, there's one thing that bothers me, and that's that person that was making a drawing of the boat. If at all possible, tell the captain to hide that boat out of sight, because keeping people from knowing that we have that is critical.
I know, but what I was thinking is, if there's an access between the cove that I found underwater and the Citadel, should we search for it to be able to park there?
I mean, the underwater cove is below the Citadel.
Yes.
It's directly below the Citadel, like straight down.
But we haven't explored that cove. I just found a little bit of it, and I know that there's an access point, but I never checked if it was clear.
Seeing as we knew demons were down there, good call.
Yeah. Now, the other question is, maybe that big demon that we need to defeat is down there, and we don't need to get into all the minions first.
That is actually a very good suggestion. We should probably do that tomorrow, because that'd be a good way to hit them hard from a side they're not anticipating.
Good thoughts.
The other thing is that tomorrow is the date of the meeting with all of the lords that you've set up.
I mean,
and at what time?
What time did you tell them to be there?
I think midday.
Midday? Yeah. Okay.
So we should probably go down there first thing in the morning. That way we can get our wounds patched up and be able to say fully whether the threat's been dealt with
Mark,
or not.
Are you going to let us take a long rest and go back down again today?
No, you cannot benefit from a long rest more than once in a 24-hour period.
Okay. Gas, I don't suggest that we do that. We need to be, very good shape in all aspects to face the council. Like, just imagine what we will look like if we just drag ourselves up after a probably strenuous battle with wounds and stuff into a meeting. We need to present ourselves.
That actually works in our favor, because right now the press just believes that we're they don't have any evidence saying that there's an actual threat in the Citadel. What better way to show them and the council that we're being for real than to have us come in that condition?
And beyond that, leaving a powerful fiend in the sub-basements of the Citadel while we have the council here, not the best idea.
If we are able to defeat whatever it is, we don't even know what.
Though I do believe we did ask whether we could go to the council chambers too, so we've got to hear word back from them.
Yes.
Right?
You did ask if you could meet them at the council chambers. You have not received any word back except from House Keene, though.
Well, we also have the 2 messengers in waiting, so
But they're not from the council members.
true. Though one of them is from the council support staff, so... Okay, let's get these 2 addressed first, I think.
Okay.
Okay. You come up to the upper level of the Citadel, and waiting outside the door are these 2 messengers, or these 2 representatives. They are not... they are both kind of standing around awkwardly in that way that you do when you are just kind of waiting in line and don't know the people around you. Like one of them is commenting on the weather and the other one's just kind of like, mm-hmm. So, that is what you see as the gates are opened and you step outside the Citadel. Or do you have them brought in? That's a good question, too.
I'm thinking brought in.
Okay.
And do we have a meeting room set up upstairs?
I don't think
Or
you
in the
have
Citadel?
yet.
Yeah. Well, we can set one up, or, like, pick one out now and set that... Like, briefly set that up, sort of thing.
Okay. So, I will show you the floors of the Citadel. There's the outer chamber. It's the outer area where they would be... I'll actually move you inside. They would be standing out here, awaiting your presence. This whole area, this whole upper area is kind of being used as like barracks at the moment, and the open area in the middle, the courtyard, is basically being used as a tent grounds. The Dragonborn are like... yeah, I'd say they're like second or third level. I'd have to look at their stats again. The first floor of the basement is where the priest is doing his...
Yeah, it'll be in the upstairs, on the grounds rather than the basement, especially
Okay.
with the alarm setup. And the fact that, desecrated area down there.
Yes. So where would you
Wait.
like to meet them? Out in the courtyard, which is basically a tent city at the moment? Or do you want to kind of meet them in the halls where the men are... essentially, those men who are not on duty down below have made it their barracks and home at the moment.
I'm thinking...
What not here upstairs? Like where
Don't we
I'm
have...
dancing.
Yeah, we've got, like, side rooms and all that, I believe, right?
There are corridors. It's a big square corridor, essentially. And then at the points are guard barracks.
Okay. So, probably in the center of the ground sort of thing.
Okay. Okay, you have them brought to you in the center of the grounds. Somebody's scratching on something.
Sounds like on a mic.
Yeah. You have them brought to you in the center of the grounds. And the 2 approach. Who do you wish to speak to first? Who do you have brought to you first?
Well, we've got 1 vote for the Mint, so I'm thinking the Mint, unless someone brings up an objection as to why I should hear the council support staff first.
Okay.
Why are you guys voting for the Mint?
He who controls the purse strings.
Well, okay. He just said that it was kind of crucial, so...
Let's just go with the Mint, then support staff. Alphabetical order.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Tristan is brought in. He is wearing very business-like attire. He looks the part of someone who would work in the decision-making of how and when to print coin.
So one of the guys
account.
from the Iron Bank from Game of Thrones. Kind of
Essentially,
vibes.
very much that vibe. We don't say words like that here. We don't want to get sued by that George R.R. guy.
Fair enough.
George Rover.
And Gaz, as he approaches, are you kind of tell me how you're presenting yourself as Paige leads him up and announces his presence.
Are we all going with him, or he's meeting him alone?
That's the other question. Tell me how you have this meeting set up.
Thinking at most 2 others with me, unless you guys have other ideas you want your characters to be tending to during this.
Oh no, I'm going.
Okay. And yeah, she's had enough of Gas sticking his foot in his mouth. And by that, the Legion as well. So who else wants to be there?
I mean,
Maybe Broker?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, I was thinking it'd probably be the safer option there. I'll probably stay down below for now, just to kind of make sure everything goes smoothly with the reorganizing of the men.
Mm-hmm.
And you might be able to look over the demons turned human, or humans turned demons turned human again.
Oh, Preacher, could you do me a favor? Could you check on the refugees?
I can.
Thank you.
And I'll actually I'll actually get a chef going, having food get going for them.
Has anyone checked if any of them has any of the coins?
I mean, they were kind of...
They would not
Yeah,
put
we
them
should-
on prisoners.
They didn't have anything
don't
on their
know.
person.
Okay.
Oh,
never
not even
mind.
clothing?
No.
Okay. Never
Okay,
mind.
yeah, definitely bring them blankets.
Yeah,
And
blankets.
actually, Gas would probably be tending to the refugees then.
When you're...
Like doing, like a couple points of lay on hands to each of them sort of thing.
Okay. So you're attending to these refugees who have been blanketed and sheltered in the courtyard when Paige announces the presence of Mr. Tristan of the Imperial Mint, who has been brought, who has requested an audience with Commander Gaz of the Legion. Commander Gaz, Mr. Tristan, Commander. And this very well-to-do gentleman approaches.
Afternoon. Or morning. It's been a very long morning.
It would seem so. And he kind of looks around, nose in the air at the number of what look to be kind of homeless lepers that you have sitting around the courtyard. These aren't your men, are they?
Don't suppose you picked up the morning paper.
I have.
Well, that threat that was obliquely described, these were prisoners of theirs.
I dare say I thought you were going to say they were the threat.
No, that actually we've got 4... Sparks, do you want to step in here? Like, out of character.
Okay. Listen. I'm Sparks. I'm one of the captains of the Legion. We've been busy trying to clear the Citadel of demons. These people here were kept under duress and, as you can see, malnourished and I think they were trying to break them mentally and in body, just to transform them later on. If you want to, we can show you how they look once they were transformed into demons.
I don't see why I would need to see that. That's quite disturbing.
Well,
Is there someone else? Is there someone else we can speak? I'm quite uncomfortable here.
Okay, let's talk up on the battlements, perhaps?
I would appreciate it. The smell is quite disturbing.
Oh, that way you'll get some of the fresh sea air.
Out of character, I will make sure that we go to the battlements that do not look towards our ship.
Okay.
Makes sense.
All right. Thank you. The sight of those poor people were a bit more than I could stomach. I do apologize for the weakness of my constitution.
Well, we've been in the desert for the past decade, so we've seen and dealt with worse, unfortunately.
Yes.
And insight check to see in what manner he was referring to them as. Because he definitely stopped a little short with the people.
Yes.
Sure, give me an insight check. You guys got the vibe. If you didn't pick up on it from the way he was holding himself and speaking, he doesn't really see these people as people. He sees them as a disease. Kind of...
Highborn mentality, essentially.
Yeah, he kind of is looking like, these are homeless wretches. They're no better than, like, rodents or rats. And he's... seems to be making it purposely obvious that he wanted to get away from them.
Okay, so at least he's not disguising it, I suppose. But, so what brings you to the Citadel?
I've been sent because the Mint has some fears. And, I was instructed by the head of the Mint to inform you that, that she has received word that, House Keaton seems to be on a mad crusade against the undead and the afflicted that reside to our north and to our west. We fear that...
I received a letter to that effect this morning, actually.
I will, with my tail that nobody knows is theirs, I'm going to try to slap Gaius. Like, shut up!
Well, I didn't specify it. It was already public knowledge anyway, so...
I'm going to use...
But that's a reassurance that we'll wait until after.
I'm going to use message, and my feature is going to look like I'm not talking because I'm making the illusion that I'm not talking, but I'm saying, guys, please, the less information that they have, the better. Just ask questions and let them talk. You just give them fodder, that you just tell them that the House Keaton is in communication with you. They don't know that.
To be fair, I didn't say that House Keaton was the one that messaged me.
You said...
I said I received a letter to that effect this morning.
That's true. He did.
Okay.
That's exactly word for word what he said.
Okay.
He said, I'm glad to hear that... I'm glad to hear that the Mint is not... the Mint's fears are not unfounded. Might I ask you where you received the missive from? Is the information reliable?
I would consider it reliable, yes. But what is your concern regarding the Legion on this matter?
Well, Commander, we don't know... We don't know to what regard your... But if you read in between the lines of what the paper has printed about the Legion, one could say that perhaps the Legion has not yet aligned itself with any particular house, or intends that it may not, though there are rumors that you are in bed with House Weston.
Which is House Weston again?
The Navy.
The ones that were jerks.
Yes.
Yes,
basically.
they're rumors tend to fly faster than truth does.
Regardless, we fear that if House Keaton has this zealous quest, that, well, the Mint may be trampled over in the process.
In short, you don't want us to go.
In short,
You want House Carmichael to at least stay as it is now.
at the very least, we
Instead of
don't want
just-
conflict to boil over onto our shores.
I understand the need to keep peace because war is expensive, but won't I'm concerned that you don't want. Well, I think we all can be in agreement that as if the treasury can start function again as a treasury is good for everyone, isn't it? If they release the funds that they have taken over the city, won't that also benefit you?
It would. Are you saying that you would prefer it if House Keaton was to relinquish the Mint from the hands of House Carmichael?
I am saying the only thing that I'm saying is that a treasury should work as a treasury.
And
That is agreed.
To be upfront, we also visited House Carmichael on our first day here. We were received at the door by one of the servants and have not spoken to the lady, so if you have any means to help arrange a meeting of the sort, I would welcome it.
I understand.
Because
I don't
as
know
appeared
that
in the
with
paper the other
Mint-
day,
I'm sorry?
My primary objective, and I'll be honest with you, is making sure that the men and women under my command receive the pay that they are entitled to, as was promised to them a decade ago, for their years of service. Especially since a fair few of them have decided to retire after this.
I see.
And I want to make sure that they are well cared for.
He nods. I don't know that the Lord of the Mint has any sway with House Carmichael, but I will forward your request to his office. In the meantime, we thought that you would want to know that those two houses may be on the brink of conflict, and if they are, the Mint might be swallowed up in the process, and we'd really like to see the district that we reside in. It is a quite lovely and well-to-do district, and the Mint itself is quite old and storied institution. We would prefer that it did not get ravaged by war.
I would prefer none of the city get ravaged by war, to be perfectly frank. But you have my assurance that we'll do what we can to help diffuse tensions between the two, if nothing else.
He nods.
We've yet to have a meeting with the leader of either, so we're hoping that tomorrow might prove fruitful in that regard.
Do you, sir, if you don't mind I asking, sir, and commander captains, do you think it would be better for House Keaton to maybe take control of these areas, or maybe do you think that maybe House Carmichael staying as it is beneficial to the city?
We've only just returned to the city. I personally can't answer that.
I will
As I said,
insight check that.
Or I've yet to meet with either of the leaders, so I've no idea what character they are. And holy crap,
He was definitely probing for information to see if you picked a side or not. He nods. You've been... Well, I came out of concern. I was sent to you out of concern. And so I think my job here is completed. I should get back to the Mint. I have much work to do myself.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you very much for yours. Is there another way down besides through the courtyard?
Unfortunately,
no.
We can escort you to, or I can have one of our soldiers escort you to the gate if you like.
Surely, I would prefer it. And he pulls a handkerchief out as one of your soldiers brings him down into the courtyard. And he kind of puts it over his face.
I think Gaz probably just strained his eyes trying to keep from rolling them there.
At that point, as I see him walk away, I'll walk over to Broker and be like, "So, this is out of earshot of the Mint guy. Walk over to Broker and just be like, so what was that all about?"
They are wanting to. Interesting. It's all interesting.
We'll have a meeting later after we talk with the next representative from the council chambers.
All right.
Long story short, they don't want Keaton gaining more power from Carmichael.
Let me guess.
They also didn't want Carmichael gaining more. They just didn't want to get... He said it several times.
They don't want to get swallowed up by either of them.
Correct.
And whoever wins will take over the other people's territory, basically.
So they're desperately trying to cling to their neutrality and hoping to hire us to do that.
Maybe. I don't think that...
Oh, yeah.
Yep, I think so. And out of character, I think we should get into that because I don't want to give any of these houses more power, honestly.
Preacher, exactly how well are you acquainted with Keaton?
I went here for my priesthood, and I served. And at the time that I was training to be a priest, it was the same Archbishop Keaton that sent that letter.
I see.
I can't speak for the man, having only been, a lowly initiate, and as such, I interact with him as much as a squire would with a king.
Let me rephrase. If you were to get an audience with him, would that be possible?
Possible? Yes. And so, as a fellow brother of the faith, he would probably see me. Whether or not, however, I could pass on the viewpoints of the Legion, and we can go from there.
Okay.
However, keep in mind, within the faith of Orad, he is my superior.
Understandable. Gaz, did you still want me to go talk to Keaton? Or
That's what I was thinking, but let's see what they reply to the message first. Because they may be willing to send a representative from House Keaton, just not attend personally.
If it were possible, would you allow Preacher and I to go talk to him?
Yes. That's, again, if they are unwilling or unable, I'm not sure which, to be quite honest, to send someone to the council tomorrow. And I suppose it also depends on how the other houses respond as well. We might be doing quite a bit of legwork of that sort.
My thing is, I don't know if this is literally a play for power, or if this is literally, or if this just a man of faith seeing a scourge in a city that he wants to eliminate.
It could be both.
It's
This could
definitely both.
it's probably giving him a legitimate reason to do so.
The fact that they're undead is his casus belli.
The question now is why did he took so long into doing this crusade?
Yeah, the desecration did start almost a decade ago, right?
Yeah, like this been going on for a while. He really was worried about the desecration and his claim was legitimate, he would have done it years ago.
Broker,
That's
He's
why
waiting for help. He's waiting for help.
There's
it's a
best way I
stalemate.
could, the best way I could describe this situation is imagine a lake. All around are various creatures and such vying for control of their territories. But in the middle of this lake, there was a lighthouse. This lighthouse basically controlled all the other creatures so that they couldn't do much of anything. And then one day the lighthouse is gone.
It sounds like there needs to be a new lighthouse then.
Commander,
think-
there's the matter of the other representatives. Shall I
Yeah.
bring them up?
Yes, please.
Or
I-
we'll meet them down in the courtyard too, I believe.
Understood.
And we'll move up here if they request it.
Do you mind if I join you for this one?
Of course. How are the patients how are the patients downstairs? Meaning the humans turned demons turned human again.
The process is slow.
Slowly recovering. I don't suggest we take. I will probably feel that come tomorrow we'd be able to actually get useful information out of them. The shock of hosting a demon inside your body, even willingly, is not a trifle matter one can easily shrug off.
And we can talk to the priest once he's conducted his rituals for the day. Okay, so we've got the representative from the council chambers, right?
Yeah. The council support staff specifically.
Right.
Yes.
The maids and
Miss Kelland of the council chambers, of the support staff of the council chambers, she's a representative of their offices and the record keepers. Miss Kelland, Commander Gaz of the Legion, and his captains. She steps up. She is a woman who is like rail thin, severely pulled back, kind of a salt and pepper colored hair, and she approaches politely and holds out a hand to you, Commander.
I'll shake it.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Commander. My name is Mrs. Kelland. And she puts her hand out to each of you.
I will say I'm so sorry. I suffer from fear of people touching me. But it's nice to meet you.
Oh, I'm so
This
sorry.
is
I will-
Captain Sparks.
She
This is
did-
Captain Broker.
And she holds her hand out to Captain Broker.
I'll extend my hand. Pleasure.
And this is Captain Preacher.
And I will return the courtesy exactly as she's shown her, because as I would, having been around such protocols before.
Okay. She...
And incidentally, what's Trix doing during all this?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I was talking to you guys, so I assumed we kind of met back up after that first conversation.
Okay.
Okay. So you're present as well?
Yes.
And this is Captain Trix.
A pleasure, I think.
The pleasure is mine. I want you to know that many of the people are glad that you have returned to the city.
Inside check.
Go ahead. She's not lying, but she's not necessarily telling the truth either. The vibe you get off of it is she's sharing an opinion that she may or may not hold herself. It is a meaningless statement, essentially. It's flattery. Diplomatic flattery.
Well, at least she's trying.
Yes. As you know, the council chambers have stood, even during the time of the crown, as a place of neutral ground and gathering for the houses. I fear that may be coming to an end.
You suspect House Weston and Keaton of an open conflict?
Only Weston. I fear that the military is gearing up to secure more ground.
Are you certain that it's going to be for the council chambers and not for the... What's the Sphinx house again, out of character?
Dolan.
Why do you suspect the council might be headed, not House Dolan?
Well, since the king's death, the forces that protect the council chambers, the house guard, are strained. They've lost many since since payment is not as easily forthcoming to their members.
And the houses are much more willing to pay.
I believe that House Weston grows tired of the indecisiveness that occurs during the minutes of the meetings there, and perhaps they would gain a stronger foothold if they took it.
So really, it's just
Or they could
financial
expose-
troubles.
Or they could expose themselves to attack from one of the other houses by being so blatant.
I think they're becoming bold.
I think, and I get like, you see my eyes kind of, Creature's eyes kind of flash a little bit, and then he just okay, and then nods approvingly, and it's just like, you guys can tell like an idea just popped into his head.
Well, there were rumors that you would be helping them, and does the council chamber have anything to fear from the Legion?
Absolutely not.
As you can see, we have our own troubles here that we must contend with still.
But we are hoping to meet with the other houses tomorrow. That way we can hopefully get a better lay of the land than we currently have.
I see. That's
As
good.
well as reassure them that we aren't here as a threat.
She nods.
Have you received word from any of the houses regarding opening up tomorrow for a meeting?
No. No, we haven't heard anything. Why? Is that where you were planning to meet with all of them?
We'd requested either there or here if that was not an option. And when was the last time the meeting was held?
They usually hold a meeting once a month at the start of the month. It would have been a week ago now, at the very least.
Would have been meaning they did hold one, or...
Yes, they held a meeting.
Okay.
I'm sorry. They held a meeting 10 days ago.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. Are the minutes of the meeting part of the public record?
Yes, they are, I believe, they are immediately sent to the Hall of Records once the meeting is concluded.
Do you keep records of that?
And the Hall of Records, as I said.
But the council doesn't have his own archives.
Well, the Grand Archives would function as the archives for the council.
Yes.
So we have.
Would the
Go ahead.
Would the Legion be willing to perhaps send a contingency to help guard the council chambers from being overtaken by any of the houses? We are squished between two of them.
We'll have to wait until tomorrow, because unfortunately, if we were to do so now, that could be seen as an act of aggression on our part.
I see.
I kind of give a quick little glance to Sparks to see whether Sparks and Broker to see whether they agree with my assessment.
I make a small nod, and I will ask her, so has House Weston openly said that they want to take the council chambers?
They would never say openly. I never openly say anything about that. But
how do you know that your information is correct then?
because she's lived there, because she's been working there for how many decades now, she hears everything. Don't you?
She nods.
Inside check that nod.
Go for it.
17?
Your bullshit alarm is going off.
Message to Broker. She is bullshitting us.
And to elaborate a bit, I do fear that if we were to move a contingent of guards into the area without meeting with all the houses first, that it may inadvertently give one of them cause to move into the area themselves as a way to counter us, as the stated reason.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
It's what I typed above Sparks' last insight.
Okay, understood. And Sparks, what did you speak to her, or did you only whisper to Gaz so far?
I know. I told Broker, and I will tell Gaz that she's lying, complete bullshit lying, and
So what leads you to think that Weston might be making a move on the council chambers?
Because every one of these nobles has some sort of grab for power in this city.
Well, the issue is they also don't want to provoke the other nobles.
Well, I believe your captain's assessment is correct, and House Keaton seems solely concerned with the movements of House Carmichael at the moment. So that only puts us threatened by House Weston. And as I said, Weston seems to be gearing up for something.
And might Dolan move against Weston while they're distracted then? Or use that as a reason to want to strike against Weston?
My concern is not for them. My concern is for the council chambers remaining on neutral ground.
Can I insight that?
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All of us.
Just throw insight checks out there. That's fine.
Nice crit.
Still got higher.
No.
She is piggybacking off of what Trix said and making statements that are assumptions, but she hasn't asserted that. No, the question that was asked was, how do you know this? And she certainly avoided answering that question.
Okay, I will message Trix, and please stop putting words in her mouth. Don't give her things she can grab on to answer our questions. And I will say the exact same thing to Preacher and to everyone. Let us Shut up, let her talk, and choose her own words.
I have a question for you.
Yes, Captain.
What exactly do you think the Legion can do in this situation?
Perhaps bolster the ranks of the House Guard.
Okay.
Do you think that would provoke Weston, though? As I mentioned before, that would give them a reason to want to move into the area. Or at least a more overt reason that they could use as a way to deflect other houses.
The fear of the council chamber, the fears of myself and the other scribes at the council chambers, and those few house guard that remain to protect it, is that House Weston is already provoked.
Insight check.
Yep.
I don't think I've rolled above a 7 yet.
Well, you did on the D20s beforehand, but anyway.
I wasted all the good rolls. She's hiding something.
Just for argument's sake, what will the council chamber have done if the Legion had not returned?
Fallen to whatever house took it.
Do you have any proof that Weston is on the move?
Not on me.
But there is proof.
There may be. I might be able to get some to show you. I'll tell you right away that she's being honest when she says that she might be able to get her hands on proof.
Whether or not that's proof that she, out of character, whether or not that's proof that she fabricated herself is up for debate.
I think it's fair to say that our interests as the Legion, and I turn to everyone, is that we are here to protect the city, and our interests lie within its people. Is that a fair assumption for everyone here?
Yes,
Yes.
nods.
Yeah, I nod.
Me too.
Yes.
I will inside check that yes, because that was weird.
Trix is yes?
Yes.
Well, she rolled a 16. What are... it was a yes?
Dang it!
That was the greatest yes of all time.
That was so convincing that you forgot you were insight checking. A shoe drops in the corridor downstairs. Do you need to insight check that?
She will insight check everything. If there's a dove flying around, she will insight check just to make sure it's not a familiar or something.
The direction of the wind shifted from easterly to westerly. Do you want to insight check the wind?
Yes, it might be
Just
magical.
making sure.
And
I mean,
Okay.
I don't think it requires an insight check to know that yes was an incomplete sentence and there was a but after it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
but he hides it well.
as to reiterate, Miss Kelland, or Ms. or Mrs.,
Mrs.
but Ms. Kelland, we can't do anything until after the council meeting tomorrow. But if you were able to bring such evidence to us before the meeting, that could be helpful for us.
Okay,
If possible.
if possible. I will get you whatever I know. And if the council chambers are available for such a meeting, I will also send word of that.
My thanks.
Just out
Although,
of
is the council able to meet without the houses agreeing to meet? Or be opened, I mean.
It is not usually done, no. And, might I say, it would be... She looks around. Having your meeting here might show the members of the council what it is you're actually up to. And considering you're harboring refugees and clothing them, feeding them, that may be a good thing. Not to mention, this is this not where the whole of the Legion is being housed?
Correct.
It may be a show of who exactly is running the meeting, if you have it here.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
She nods. Good luck to you. She holds out her hand.
I'll shake it.
And she then holds it out to everyone but Sparks. And she gives a little nod to Sparks of respect.
I'll not back.
And she'll excuse herself, and Paige will lead her back out. We'll take a quick break here, and when we return, you can tell me what the next steps of the Legion are. I'm assuming you're going to need to have a meeting and discuss what you've just had going on. And David wants to know if you're going to insight check the hand that was being held out to Gaz, and is surprised that you're not.
He told me he can't be poisoned, so.
All right, we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. Hello, everybody. We are back.
Yay!
Yay!
Give some
Fire.
quick announcements, and we will get back to the game. First things first, we have our charity stream coming up on the 15th of August. We are still working out the details as to how that's going to run, what we're going to kind of do for the charity stream itself, like on stream. But we will be donating to the Trevor Project. They are a charity that supports the mental well-being of those in crisis in the LGBTQ community. And we want to support them. They're out of the charities that we kind of put up to a vote, they're the ones that got the biggest vote from our viewers and from our followers and from our players. If you want to find out more about the things we're doing in regards to that, you can head over to our Discord channel. That'll give you a chance to vote on other polls as we put them up. Additionally, we still have a couple of challenges going on. If we reach 300 followers or 200 subscribers, whichever comes first, I will dab on camera. But regardless of that, we have a couple of prizes that we are giving out in conjunction with it, including an Explorer's Guide to Wildermont to the top gifter once we reach 200 subs. So, keep an eye on that. And you can check out more prizes also on our Discord channel. At the end of the month, we will be giving away 2 sets of dice. I have confirmed what they look like. They are unicorn dice sets. There is a Phoenix Ember dice set that we'll be giving away at the end of the month to represent the Legion. And we also have another dice set that we will be giving out at the end of the month to 2 random subscribers. We'll be drawing those names randomly. Yeah, so that's what's going on. As you can see, we have a new setup. We would love to hear your feedback on the audio quality, video quality, and the setup in general. If you feel that it is an improvement or it could improve, let us know, and I will be glad to work on making it even better. But I think everybody said that they like it so far. So so let us know what you think. We'd love to hear from you.
It's shit.
Thank
It
you.
stinks.
Thank you very much, Sean. In any event, let's get back to the game. Oh, hello, cat. The representatives have left, and the captains of the Legion are left alone. Have you determined... Go ahead.
I will look over at Broker. How quickly can you get someone to the council chambers and confirm that that's actually someone who works for them?
How fast can I do that?
She was lying about that.
To answer your question, Broker, it would take maybe like 2-3 hours for somebody to get over there, find out the information, and come back across the bridges.
And if they took the teleporters?
Much faster. Just basically whatever time it would take for them to find out the information.
But did we get the sense that she was lying about that much?
Nobody rolled an insight check for that.
Dang it.
Crap.
I'll send somebody to go as fast as possible.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let them use the teleport, please.
Can you remind me of the names of your unit of ratfolk?
Sure can. We have Whiskers,
Were-rats.
Paws, and Squeaks.
Yes, were-rats.
So, because I get the feeling that she's actually an agent for House Weston, trying to provoke us into doing the reaction they want from us in the first place, which is giving them an excuse to attack the council chambers. But at any point, even if it is a feint, we do have a way. There might be a way to defuse it. We send word to House Keaton that House Weston is planning this maneuver, and I believe House Keaton may shift away from House Carmichael to prevent House Weston from possibly threatening themselves, thus potentially nullifying two threats with one maneuver.
I agree.
It's kind of creepy how that makes sense.
No, I agree.
And incidentally, I do want to send a messenger to the archives to let Lukash's group know that they should also, while there, see if they can find the council minutes as well as more detailed schematics for the Citadel, or more up-to-date schematics.
I will ask to send letter saying that last few council meetings since we were in Ravenreach, and the minutes for that were 10 years ago when the decision was made for the Legion to go to the desert. I want to know who was in favor of what.
And again, once again, my character scratches at his beard and he looks over Broker. I know this kind of goes without saying, but we need the lay of the land. We need to find out what the strengths are for each of the houses, how many forces they have under their command, and we need this information immediately.
Broker?
I'm on it.
As well as possibly information regarding the leaders of each house.
All right.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Sparks, were we still wanting to go to the bank?
You never gave me an estimate of how much do you want, and I was going to wait until I have my meeting with Card because I need to know how much investment are we going to put into smuggling stuff.
And you want Card to meet you here, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Say about 500 gold.
That's not too bad. Okay.
How much gold do we have collectively?
I'll tell you that we have.
Of course she knows.
Well, we have
Well, I did do the
112.
math earlier.
Yeah, it's 1,367 gold by your account. It was 112 platinum and 247 gold.
Okay.
So, Broker, you spoke to Sparks earlier this morning before you guys went down into the Citadel about starting an information network, correct?
Yes.
But you haven't actually been able to set one up as of yet, because you still need to get that money. And
right.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure logistically how that was working out.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Nothing set in stone yet because I don't have money.
Right. Okay.
Keep him.
And the other thing that we also need to do is go and make a list of all the people in the Legion that are magically inclined and go to the university to ask permission to use magic.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let y'all handle that.
Yeah.
You need to register everyone.
And we need to register everyone, and that's probably going to cost.
Well, better than... What was the fine 10 gold that I got hit with?
Yeah, and that was because you helped.
Yes.
Would that apply to divine casters as us, such as us?
Yes,
or?
it does. Any spells.
Everyone.
All right.
So So, strictly speaking, we were breaking the law down there, but...
There was no one there to see it.
There's no one there to see it, and it's
It was also
like,
in service to the city, sort of thing.
yeah. So, what time is it?
I figured like 9, 10 o'clock.
In
Okay.
the morning, afternoon?
No. It's
Morning.
It's later than that. You got what time did you guys delve down into the?
Probably like 7, 8 o'clock.
In the morning. Oh, okay. Then it is 9, 10 o'clock. That's about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Almost time for second breakfast.
All right.
And after that fight below, we kind of need it.
Okay. So, why won't we have some breakfast while we try to collectively decide what we're going to do with the houses? After that, I might have to go to the university to try to register everyone. And then I will return, hopefully have my conversation with Cart and see how much money we're going to need, and then we will see if we can go to the bank.
I will look over at broker and be like, there is a matter I must discuss with you in private real quick.
Sure.
And I'll pull him aside, and
I'll be breaking for breakfast then.
yeah. And
Actually,
go ahead.
it's kind of a passive-aggressive thing. I was thinking, for the houses that have not yet responded to our requests, maybe send one, like, one person like Paige to the front gates of their estate to just await their response.
I will tell you. It is first thing the next morning after you have sent out those missives, right?
So more like something we should do the morning after this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Figure they don't respond to us by the afternoon. Then.
Tomorrow.
Or the
So
evening.
you sent the missive yesterday to each of the houses saying, "Can we meet?" Today is the following day. Tomorrow, I believe, would be the date of the actual meeting.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
So yeah, probably like at evening. Yeah, like this evening we'll do that then, because we'd need their reply by the morning.
Correct.
So actually, we should also get a round table for the court to.
I think he said something about that last session.
You did.
Yep.
So the Legion will be acquiring one that day. You can do so. You can do so in town.
All right. But now, as I pull broker aside, I hand him a slip of paper. On here, there are names of 2 people. They're not a threat to us, but I feel that they can potentially become threatened by our enemies. I would like for you to just discreetly keep an eye on them.
Okay.
And the names are Lokrin and Maeda Gordon.
Can you spell that?
I'll do it in chat.
Their last name?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Is out of character. Is that Preacher's family?
Yeah, those are his parents.
What is the relation? I was about to ask it.
They're my parents.
I see.
Unlike everyone else here, I have roots in this place. They know I'm with the Legion. They They know I'm They know I'm with the Legion. They know that I'm still alive as of the last time I sent them a letter, which is about a year ago. But I have not contacted them because, given our situation, I feel they could be used against me.
Well then, it looks like we are in the same boat, sir.
You have family here too.
I grew up here. I joined when I was 15. So I know how it feels.
Then you understand my concerns.
Do you need me to check up on them for you? I have a contact that can help. The person that I've been seeing in the theater district.
Discreetly, if possible. I worry the act of drawing attention to them will cause others to become aware of their existence and thus their connection to me.
I see. I will be sure to do that.
They're simple folk. They're simple folk. I would rather not burden them with being involved in the game more so than they already are.
That's fair. I mean, you want to make sure they're okay. And that's completely understandable. I will do my best to make sure that they are, whatever information I get about them, it is relayed back to you.
Thank you very much, Captain.
What to first? You've sent a member of your unit broker to find out about this messenger from the council chambers. It costs you 20 gold to do so because of the teleportation back and forth. You also wanted to head to the bank in order to withdraw the 500 gold in funds, minus the 10% fee because you're not waiting until the end of the month. And also, broker and preacher, you guys can get some inspiration for that interaction of connecting over the fact that you're both from Grove Air. I think that was excellent. So
I believe we did intend to... Okay, not yet on the bank, but we also intended to deposit some money and leave it there to ripen.
correct.
We already did.
You already deposited it. Yes, you already deposited it. The problem is that Sparks knows that if you wait a month to withdraw the money, you won't get the interest from having the money in there for that first month, but you also will not get charged for removing any money from the bank as they exchange the currency. So if you start withdrawing money now, you'll start having to pay the exchange rate to exchange it to Grovarian coin, because they find ways of nickel and diming everyone. Because all of the houses are running themselves. There is no treasury. So they all have their own ways of getting funds to run the houses, to run themselves.
I will... Broker, how fast do you need that money?
To be honest, I'd like it as soon as possible.
Because they're going to pay us 500 gold when we finish the thing of the archives. I just don't want to spend interest money. Like, we have very few funds and it's going to be a lot.
I can wait.
Okay.
I can wait. I'll do some investigating on my own for now.
Okay. I feel so much better.
Oh my god, Sparks, I love it. So wants to make sure the Legion is making as much funds as they can. Okay, so
she's leaving deep fingerprints on every coin that passes through her fingers.
You because you guys were not here when that happened. Where we were back in Ravensreach, Gas went into Spark's room, and he saw that she had in her bedroom was like at least 3 foot of cushions, and all the cushions were fashioned as coins, and she had a pair of wings, leather wings, because she used to pretend when she was a child that she was a dragon.
She's the only dragonborn she's ever known. She grew up as the adopted daughter of a couple of halflings. So her bed was her tiny little hoard with
Yes.
pillow coins and fake leather wings. I know,
Forgot about
it's
the
disgusting. Oh,
And we
gosh.
haven't heard anything from Carmichael, right?
You not yet. So if is there any? Oh, well, around 11 o'clock, there is a.
Wait, do we break for breakfast?
We
I was
were
a-
having
The second
breakfast.
breakfast, yeah.
I was assuming so.
This would probably be like the end of second breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh.
We were having.
Why?
So this,
Where you? Yes,
Oh,
you have a
because
long
I
rest.
kept,
or
I kept
short
waiting
rest.
for the meeting to be
Sure.
over so I could ask to do something.
What are you doing?
Oh.
I wanted to take food to the people that we rescued,
Okay.
and try to subtly bring up how we were able to save them with the power that I got from my patron, and talk about how cool my patron is.
Go for it. Do it in character.
oh my gosh!
Do it in character.
I will admit, Gaz would probably be doing something similar, but more like seeing how they are, how they're feeling. But he also, like, Tricks, if he's doing that, would probably stay deliberately out of earshot of Gaz.
Oh yeah,
when
there
doing
you
it.
guys are like on opposite ends of the courtyard, like evangelizing to different groups of people.
Which roll should I make? Persuasion or?
Why don't you just play? What do you say to them as you come up? There, you find a group of people. They're hungry. They're cold. They're wrapped in blankets. They have nothing, and they're emaciated. And you're bringing food up to them, and they are looking at it like it is the greatest thing that they've ever seen in their lives.
Well,
Question: How long have they been starving?
You have no idea. You haven't talked to them yet.
I will.
not
I
a
will.
second longer.
I've,
Just hold on. Let Adam finish what he's doing, and then we'll move on to that question.
well, no, because refeeding syndrome is a thing.
Refeeding syndrome?
Yeah, it happened when they liberated the camps in the concentration camps in Germany. If the body's been starved for longer than I think 2 weeks, their stomach is literally too weak to handle the shock of getting a actual proper meal, that they will die.
Yeah, definitely better go with like oatmeal, some real
I
bland
figured it
type
was
of food.
something pretty bland. I assumed like a bowl of gruel or something.
It's
Nothing
probably
crazy.
less than that. It's probably actually mostly just chicken broth, right?
Yeah.
Like just stock, some kind
Which
of
would be enough to at least get them nutrients.
nourished.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And being that preacher, you're kind of the morale officer and healer of the Legion. You said you were going to the cooks to get them started on food for everyone. So you
Yeah.
probably would have informed them to make a really thin, brothy soup that these people can spread out. Not only would it be better for them health-wise with the risks, but you can spread it out to a larger number of people that way.
Plus also
foodstuffs you
reduce our
have.
own food costs, because
Yes. So,
Yeah.
Yep.
Trix, you bring over these bowls of broth to these people who just look mostly skeletal and wrapped in blankets. They are incredibly grateful, but they don't really speak much. But their hands like grope for the bowls, and there's just like they're just like wide-eyed that someone is actually showing them kindness when you bring them over.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to start with, you got to build a rapport. So, like, asking them how they are, if there's anything else that we can get them. And then mentioning that, I'm trying to think of how to say it in character. There was a point when I was in a similar situation to you. And I know that I hated feeling that powerless. And I found something that made it so I never felt like that again.
They're like looking at you as they drink this soup. There is broth running down their chins as they greedily are drinking from these bowls. And one kind of lowers the bowl from their face as you say that and wipes their kind of wipes the soup from their chin.
Sorry,
and
I saw the
says,
comment.
and says to you, "What did you find?"
I found I found my master. He is known as the Dreamer.
Is he like the master of the ones that put us in that room?
No. Older and unconcerned with power the way that those creatures are.
They didn't talk about power. They just wanted us to hurt.
They wanted you to hurt so that they could gain power themselves. For that's all that their kind care about.
Can the Dreamer help us?
The Dreamer helped me. I was an orphan delivered to him from nowhere.
Give me a persuasion roll now.
That's a perception roll, my bad.
That's performance.
That's Jesus,
Well,
the other P,
Presumably
my
not
bad.
the same modifier.
Yeah.
Wow.
You might have actually done better by doing that anyway.
Yeah. Can you... The person that you're speaking to, they... It seems like it is taking a concerted amount of effort for them to even speak the little bit that they are speaking. But they look up at you with kind of wonder in their eyes. I would like help like that.
Focus on regaining your strength. Then we can focus on gaining power.
No one should be able to do what they did.
No, they should not.
And
And Gaz is at the other end. And funny enough, I think Agranac would be with him.
Yeah, you have Agranac kind of... Since you've come up from down below, Agranac has not left your side. He's stood behind you quietly, observing the captains, observing these people who tell you lies and possible truths and half-truths. And now he watches as you are sharing food with these mewling, lost, weak curs who do not even deserve to be cared for or dragged away. They are only... He just has this look of, like, disgruntlement on his face as you continue about your business. Neither of those are words, and I don't care. Words are all made up.
And Gaz would actually be encouraging him to help serve them.
You were gone for forever. I counted.
Wait, what?
That's my initial thoughts of Agranac just hanging around. It's like, you were gone for forever. I counted.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Agranak was literally at the top of the stairs waiting to be called down at a moment's notice, and then all of a sudden these people started coming up, and he had to help them because that's what he was commanded to do, essentially. Agranak begrudgingly begins to pass out food to people. We waste our stocks on these creatures.
And if there were an orc that had been abused by those that had captured them and wanted a better life after, would you refuse him that?
If they were like this, they had become weak. They should have been stronger to begin with.
Well, I don't think I've ever told you how I joined the Legion, have I?
Once, I think. You told me that they rescued you from being beaten. By my kind.
Good memory. Because I was in a similar state as them. I needed nursing back to health, and look where I am now.
He kind of snorts. Yes. Yes. And I wonder how your legion survives. Or perhaps it doesn't. Weren't your numbers much greater before my god tore into you?
If I recall, it was less the guard and more your goddess.
I said when my god tore into you.
Oh, God, okay. Very true. But Sarenrae is rather resilient.
Your god supples the weak.
She helps the weak, so that they may help the strong in turn.
The strong can help themselves.
And
That
what
is
happens
makes
if...
them strong.
And yet, if the strong were to go into a situation where they were overwhelmed and had no one behind them to help them escape that situation, they might die rather than be just badly hurt and pulled out of the fire by those that aren't as strong.
So if you say that, and he looks around at all of these, basically, the way he sees it, already dead individuals, and he looks at you. So, in your false morality, you admit the truth. You use the weak to prop up the strong, to bolster you from behind. They are nothing but a barrier preventing your own defeat. You step
You also
upon
don't
them.
know who might be strong that is now weak. And I was attempting to reframe it in terms that you would be more familiar with. So my apologies for the confusion.
It still seems to me that, considering your weakened position, with enemies all around, your numbers thinned, your resources few, you waste upon these who have nothing and nothing to offer. You should cast them out so that they do not drain what you already need. Your ranks are too few to house these refuse. He's speaking to you in Orcish, so the people around you don't understand this conversation.
Good call.
He's not an idiot.
How's his common, by the way? Like, is it improving?
His common is fair. It is improving. It still has, like, broken and Orcish inflections in places, but it has begun to improve quite a bit.
And I'll kind of pointedly ignore that last comment of his and start trying to talk and cajole with the people we'd saved. You know, like apologizing that they had to go through that experience, that it took so long for anyone to help them, and trying to also ask questions regarding, you know, how long they were imprisoned, or that to that effect.
You get a lot of similar responses. Most people won't even speak to you. They just kind of like look down shyly and accept the food very greedily and gratefully. but when you ask one of them how long they were down there, they actually can't tell you. They tell you that they lost track of days. There was no light. They were cramped and crowded. They stood up the entire time. There wasn't even room to sit. It was just a mass of people leaning against each other in the dark. There was no way to tell hours or minutes. It all just blended together into one empty, long, eternal torture.
Do they
what
remember?
Day you,
Yeah.
what date you were captured? Or actually, I'd also kind of like gently press on, how did you get captured?
Give me a persuasion roll, because you're trying to, like, cajole them out of their shell, right? So...
Good as time as any to use this one.
+5 bonus to charisma checks for the next 10 minutes. Not a bad thing to do.
And I fucking needed it, apparently.
So that's a 13.
Wow.
Which is still not bad.
You know what? I'll help him out with that one.
What are you using?
My own persuasion.
Oh, just then he has advantage.
Yeah.
If you're giving him the help action.
That's what I'm doing. Hold on.
Much better.
Okay. You're asking this person these questions, and you realize you've run out of bowls of food in your hand, and as you go to speak with them, Preacher comes over and hands a bowl to them and hands you more bowls to pass out, and gives them a warm, welcoming smile, and you see that it kind of there was a look of defeat on this person's face as you approached without any food, but then when that bowl of food was placed in front of them, suddenly it was like sunlight breaking through the clouds. They look up at you. They take a big drink. They take a big drink of the broth and take a deep breath. You know what? That's something that I have to take care of right there. As an aside, is that I need to put up character images for when people close their camera. So that.
Well, we're streaming like this, so makes sense.
Yeah. That's true.
The iron needs to be broken out.
So they look up at you and they say, they tell you it was the date. They tell you was like a couple of months earlier, that they were abducted, and they tell you, we were taken from the street in darkness. My wife and I, we were walking along the shore, close to the Citadel. Someone or something grabbed us, and the next thing we knew, the hell began.
I'll kind of look around and just ask, just quietly, was the experience much the same for the rest of you?
There are nods.
Any shakes of the head?
No, they're all nods. From all of the people who were prisoners, it's all the same story. They were abducted on the streets or in the alleys or somewhere around close to the Citadel. And the next thing they knew, they were being tortured. They started off in those hallways where you saw the people chained, and then they would bring groups of people down into the lower levels. In groups of like 20 or so.
I'll just real quick, is his wife next to him, or?
He informs you that no, unfortunately, she died. She was taken, or I'll say, she was taken before I was.
Definitely doing a quick under-the-breath prayer to Sarenrae that maybe she's one of those bearded devils that we brought back.
Or worse.
Well, that's why I was saying, like, hopefully she's one of the bearded devils. Because that way it'd be traumatizing, but there'd be hope for recovery.
As you are all kind of doing this and break for breakfast, you guys can, from a mechanical perspective, consider this a short rest. And there is a small commotion at the gates. Nothing. At first, you look up, wondering, and then you see that a Card and a bunch of his men have just kind of like shown up, and the gates flew open, and a bunch of the Legion are like loudly welcoming them to your new camping grounds. As soon as he spots you, Sparks, Card walks right up to you, and with a flourish, he removes his hat and bows. If it is not the lovely Lady Sparks, what a pleasure to see you again.
Hi, Card. I'm glad you were able to come. I'm sorry if I'm not looking properly right now. We have a commotion early this morning, but please come. You're welcome to come in.
He puts his hat back on his head and straightens it out. It covers his horns, unfortunately, but that's the whole purpose of it. He twirls one of his mustaches, looks around, and says, "I would never, ever turn down the invitation of one such as yourself." And he sees Silver, and they grasp hands and exchange kind of a half hug and pleasantries, and he looks around. Is it just you and I that will be meeting, or are the other captains going to be present at our conversation?
Us for now, and I will direct him towards the vessel because I want privacy, and there's no privacy in the fort.
Sure.
And
no, it's crowded as all get out in here. You've got all 300 soldiers, like in whatever places you can fit them, and now you have another like 20-something refugees that are sitting in the middle of the courtyard, plus the Dragonborn.
So someone who is this? I don't think I've.
Captain Card. So obviously. Trix and Preacher, you having been with the Legion, would have known who this is. Captain Card is the skiff captain, that of the caravan of like merchant/smuggling vessels that essentially got you out of the desert and back to Orden proper. He's not only that, but he is now business partners with Sparks' parents, the Amberglows in Ravenreach, as their main way of transporting goods up and down the coast and out to the desert. They are Sparks' parents are apothecaries and artificers. So,
it's enough.
Captain Card follows you out to the Dragonborn submersible. So, you have set yourselves up here. You intend to stay?
It's complicated. It's really complicated. Do you know anything about Grover from your perspective?
From my perspective, it is a city mostly to be avoided. Unless you are selling goods on the docks, you get in and get out quickly, before the merchant families get their hooks into your profits.
Of course. We are of similar minds. Okay. I'm supposing that we are inside the vessel and...
Yeah, this is him walking and talking with you out to the vessel. He was like looking around at the Citadel as he asked you about it, and you've kind of walked onto the deck of the submersible.
Okay, first of all, I have to apologize for what happened to your skiff. The repairs are okay now? Are your men okay?
Oh, yes. No, do not worry. It was a part of the risk of transporting the Legion, and I took that on when we took your fare. The repairs are being done. The men are fine. They are well lubricated with both funds and liquor.
Of course. And when are you leaving, Grover?
Sooner than later. It is unfortunate to say, but my business takes me all over the world, as you know.
Yes, of course.
Are you sure that you would not join us? We can see many places. We can make much profit together.
Well, funny you mentioned that. I think there's a profit and business opportunity here, and I'll need your help.
He gives you this this inquisitive look, this sly look, like, and what has the Lady Sparks gotten her claws into now?
Oh, you know me. I like being a merchant, so I will not go too much into detail on how, but let's just say that for argument's sake, if you were able to smuggle stuff into Grover, how would you do that?
Well, you see, the might of their navy with the cannons, it is impossible, and there are regulations.
Okay, so let me rephrase that. How near the city can you be without them spotting your shifts?
A fairly good distance. My ships are small, as you know.
Yes. Like how many days of travel?
Well, within less than a day of travel. If you want to know how close I could be without them seeing us, it would only be a few hours out. We could come up around the other side of the island, of course, as well, and then that would be no problem whatsoever.
Let's just say that with this new vessel, I can get stuff in Grover. I will only need you to meet you at a fair distance where you will think it's more proper and more safe for both of our sakes, and I will take care of the rest. I can bring stuff here.
He leans back against the wall of the room you're in. And what kind of profit would the Legion be getting out of this deal?
A fair one.
What percentages are we talking here? Let us talk real numbers.
Okay. 40%.
It is clear to me that we are of similar minds in our business negotiations, but not only do you steal my heart, but also my blood right from my veins.
I will insight check that.
Go ahead.
Adam, you know what I'm thinking of? That story from you in Walmart.
What? No.
He. There was a combination of both flattery and humor in what he was saying. 40% would be. That is far more than a finder's fee, Lady Sparks. And as much as I enjoy our partnership, that is much to share.
I will. Persuasion. But I thought that you like sharing with me.
I do. Perhaps you can share with me why 40% is a worthwhile amount. Can you share with me what it is that you are going to be doing to take my goods inside the city?
Insight check.
Thanks for the follow, Initiative League. You guys are awesome. We're going to come check out your stream. If you haven't seen their stream, go check them out. I haven't had a chance to stop over there, but I can't wait to do so. We're going to come check you out. Thank you for the follow.
Card, you know my family, and you have been able to know me as a merchant. I am good for my word. I am good for my goods.
Question. I'm a little fuzzy, so out of character. Was Card present when you revealed he doesn't know you're a Dragonborn, correct?
No, he doesn't know.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
He might suspect because when the ship came, I begged them to run away, and he asked why, and I was not able to give a.
He's got his suspicions, of course. Yes,
he has
but he doesn't know.
Yes.
Okay.
No, he doesn't know.
He all pleasantries aside.
Yes.
I know your parents. And we have dealt in good faith many times. I have offered you, not once, but twice, bargains for transport, instead of seeking my normal amount of payment. I think you know that we have good business dealings, and I deal with the Legion very fairly, and I deal specifically with you very fairly. And it is no secret that I find you intriguing, and that I enjoy working with you, and personally think that you belong far more in my crew than you do here amongst these soldiers and ruffians. However, 40% is not my usual finder's fee for someone who gets me an inn into a city. It is usually 25% at most. You are asking for quite a bit.
Okay, but you don't have an inn into the city, do you?
I do not. I do not.
Okay. And you do not because it's extremely hard.
Of course it is very hard. Does your commander know about this deal?
Oh, my commander was okay with us smuggling stuff.
He's rolling an insight check.
Detect bullshit.
He's into that.
What is the... Oh my god.
1d0.
Yeah, it helps reset the RNG, and considering I've rolled nothing above like a 5 today.
Gotcha.
Do I roll at sleight of hand or a deception?
Deception.
Don't roll a 1.
Okay, for someone who hides their appearance continually, and wants to be a merchant, deals with all of these people who lie constantly and uses their insight to pick up on it. Why are you so bad at deception?
In fairness, Sparks is also insanely good. Oh,
So,
Okay,
when you
let's
say he is
make it-
okay with, when you say he is okay with
I
you smuggling,
I
you meant
mentioned
that
it
you didn't ask.
once. No, I mentioned it once when I told him about my idea, and he didn't say no. And he's quickly to express his thoughts. So technically, I didn't lie.
Technically.
Captain,
Yes.
I'll tell you what, if you want your 40%, perhaps we should involve your commander and make sure that it is all above board with the Legion, and then I will consider your 40%. It may also be necessary for you to inform me of how exactly you would like my goods to come into the city, considering that no one has been able to do this effectively before and sneak goods under the nose of House Western. Or House Benton, for that matter. I will give you...
Trust someone, Sparks. You gotta trust someone.
You don't know Sparks.
As the fact that the Legion and I have dealt in good faith, and I am making profit through the business partnership with your parents, I am willing to go as high as 30% for the Legion. My normal rate is no more than 25 for finder's fees.
I want to know if that is true.
He is being honest with you. 30%. Okay. I can see you're not sure. You still
okay.
want your 40%.
No, I want a 35.
We have dinner together again, and I will make it 35.
Deal.
And, I hate to do this, but I need to take another quick break. I need to check on my pup. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright.
Sorry about having to take a second break, folks. I over here at home am dealing with a new reality of taking care of the dog by myself some nights. So I need to make sure she's all good to go at times, and I'm going to have to step away a little extra. She is now sleeping comfortably on the bed next to me. So, in any event, all right. Broker, when after all of this takes place, Captain Card hangs around for a little bit with some of the men that he knows in the Legion, just kind of saying hello, and generally making merriment among the men, boosting morale a bit, telling jokes, laughing with the men, and carousing generally. And in the midst of this, Broker, your agent comes back from the council chambers.
Anything to report?
Well, Captain, who did you send, by the way? Did you send one of the were-rats, or did you send somebody else?
I sent one of the were-rats.
Okay.
I sent Whiskers.
Whiskers? Okay. Whiskers comes back and says, well, Captain, there certainly was a Miss Kelland who is a member of the council chamber staff, but it wasn't that lady.
Call it.
I was about to say, good intuition on that one, apparently.
Yeah, good call. Okay.
Not sure who she was, but she definitely didn't work there.
Let's see.
So apparently all the inside checks on her were actually good idea.
Who'd have thought
you-
that the sleazy, high-minded mint guy was more trustworthy out of the two?
Well, I think it was more that he was more upfront about it. Like, he wasn't able to disguise his disgust with the lower class that well.
What are my orders, Captain? What do you want to do next?
See if you can find her again. Ask around, keep a low profile. See if you can figure out who she really is.
Okay. Are you just sending him by himself to do this?
I'm gonna take the other. Yeah, I'll have the other two go with him.
Okay. I'm going to have you make 2 rolls for me. Okay?
Okay.
They are just going to be flat D20 rolls with a +1, because your spy network has not been set up yet, but these are were-rats. So I will give you the +1 because they can sneak around and get places other people can't. So go ahead, and the first roll is going to be them trying to find this woman. The second roll is going to be them trying to do it while keeping their nose down and not getting noticed that they're trying to find out who this woman is.
Okay.
Okay.
So here's the first roll.
That's a 15.
And then it's plus. Yep. And then second roll.
All right. Okay. And I will. It's going to take them some time to do this, so I will give you that information when they come back. Okay.
Right. I'll just go back. If you can't find them, come back. All right. Don't try and break your necks over this. All right. Your safety is more important.
Whiskers nods. Yes, sir.
Are you going to share that with the rest of the captains?
Oh yeah.
Ugh.
So yeah, Gas would reiterate good intuition tricks.
Should we do the same for the guy of the mint?
I think you meant preacher.
No, I thought Trix was the one that called it.
No, it was
No,
preacher.
No.
Preacher.
It was
Oh,
preacher.
Sorry.
I'm the one who just said yes, and nobody liked how I said yes.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, good intuition, preacher. And yeah, probably following up with the mint is not a bad idea.
Wait, the thing that threw me was how she was completely subservient to all of us individually. If she was trying to, if she was really in danger, she would have focused on the commander specifically and pleaded with him for help.
I hadn't even considered that.
Like I said, growing up in the city, you learn how to read people playing the game. I'd hope that my days that I'd hope that I was not looking forward to this when we were coming back here, but we're in it now. Oh well.
Well, that means we'll have quite the little surprise for her tomorrow morning, or rather the representative from House Weston, provided we're able to get the meeting arranged.
Huh, so maybe the reason why she suggested that we had the meeting here was because she doesn't work in the council, so she cannot open the council for us. So no one in the council
Would stand to
knows.
reason.
Yeah.
Or better yet, have us try to request having a meeting here means that it provides yet another distraction that there's no more attention on the council chambers themselves.
So yeah, there's a few ways to examine that, knowing what we know and not knowing what we know.
You know, I've heard wonderful things about democracies.
Actually,
The council functions as something of a democracy, I suppose.
no, it isn't.
It functions something like an oligarchy.
Yeah, it's an oligarchy. Actually, I know that because it was in my home, you guys were not part of the conversation, and I will try to. I think we should talk about this in our submergible, because I don't want anyone hearing this. Can we do that?
I have no objections. Do we? Though hopefully it won't take too long.
It's just a quick thing, but unless someone can cast something to make this a private meeting, anything that we discuss here, everybody's hearing it, so.
We'll go to the submersion. Mid yawn. Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, we're in the submergible, so you guys were not part of this conversation, but when we were in Raven Ridge at my parents' home, we were thinking what type of government or who should we trust in the city, and trying to change that way Tron was mentioned once. But the thing is, I don't think we can establish another type of government if we do not take the power first.
I mean, I have no problem with a monarchy, because then at least it's one person telling everyone what to do.
Rather
I have
than
a problem
half-dozen
with-
disparate interests.
Yes, I have a problem with a half dozen people all trying to outplay each other in some idiotic game that actually matters for people's lives.
I agree with you, but the problem is that there was a monarchy here, and that monarchy sent the Legion to a fool's errand for 10 years. Because they couldn't
And we've yet
put
to learn
their,
why.
their house in order. So what I want to avoid is having this issue again.
We also want to avoid making too much disruption, because the man from the Mint did have a point in regards to how costly conflict in the city would be.
And
I
then
mean,
there's the dragon
Carmichael-
to consider.
I mean, Carmichael's the one I have the least problem with, because at least we know their motivations. Money.
Well, no, the Carmichael... Lady Carmichael's primary concern is with her late husband. That's why it's completely desecrated in their areas.
But
She
ultimately,
is attempting to bring him back.
their family controls the banks, so they're going to care about money. Without her money, she's
don't-
not going.
They don't control the bank. They control the treasury. The bank is controlled by another person.
Oh,
Well, the
I hate this
Minters
city.
is slightly different, but the Minters is unaffiliated. But as for the Treasury, she also hasn't paid out any funds because she feels that it's her husband's position to do so, and her husband passed away how long ago?
At least a couple of years. Her husband passed away before the king did.
Yeah, so almost a decade at this point.
No, the king passed away like
A
2
year
years
ago.
ago,
2
or
years
a year ago. The king passed away a year ago. Her husband passed away probably a year before that.
Okay, I thought you said didn't you say the desecration started not long after the Legion left?
No, it started not long after the king's death.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So she might even be trying to bring back the king for all we know.
Doubtful.
Or maybe it just didn't take effect until later on.
Or she started trying to resurrect her husband when there was no longer a king to disown her family.
Entirely possible. Or it could have been that she expanded her efforts when her initial efforts didn't prove fruit. There's a bunch of conjecture. We just need to talk to her.
Yeah, I mean,
Am I the only one that feels that any undead is a blight upon the earth?
Probably.
Yes.
I only care about the money at this
In
point.
fairness, the undead I talked to seemed to have, actual sentience. And he was not malicious. He just, yeah.
It depends
It's a rather
on the
unusual
on the
situation.
motivations. I mean, for example, most vampires are a blight on the earth because they prey on the living. If an undead does not have that need to prey, then who are they harming?
I admit I take a similar view. Saren Ray is rather forgiving.
Yes, and I mean this is no offense to Preacher, but I think my largest problem with anyone in this city is House Keaton, for they are in our home.
Well, to be fair, we also had that word from the guards on the post. So they were more than likely acting on standing orders, and they just had no idea how to deal with a situation like that, which is rather understandable given that we've been gone for a decade.
If you want my opinion, this whole thing is just for financial reasons, really. Yes, as much as you said, Preacher is probably in-house Keaton, a mixture of both trying to solve the undead problem and also trying to get financial standing. But if we take away the financial, if we solve basically what I'm saying is if we solve their financial struggle, the other houses might be more inclined to be within our favor.
Well, and like I said, I feel the best way to diffuse Keaton's potential attack on Carmichael is to warn them that Weston may be making a move onto on the council chambers.
But
The
we don't
issue
know
is
that is true because the person who gave us that information was lying from the start.
Why do we need
And we
it to
don't
be
know
true
which
to
house
tell them
they're
that?
Right,
working
exactly.
for.
We don't need it to be true.
Silver speaks up and says, why do we need that information to be true to give it to them? If they gave us false information to get us to make a move, why don't we do the same thing?
And what happens if that information came from, say, House Dolan wanting the two neighboring houses to be at war with each other so they could take
They can take
advantage?
over, yeah.
This is a rather tricky proposition. Probably the best idea would be... She did say she would likely be here by tomorrow morning with more information, or rather proof of her convictions, correct?
Yes.
So, Sparks, you've got your familiar.
Yes.
You can send that along to tail her and see
Yes.
which district she goes to.
Well, I didn't mention this the other day because I was really upset. But someone from the stupid paper was taking notice of our submergible. They sent an agent of a little 70-year-old girl that was making drawings of the submergible and talked to me saying that she wanted to join the Legion, but she was lying through her teeth, and then she dropped when I discovered her, she dropped a pin of that house and basically went away. I sent her there and she went into a portal, and that's it.
John,
If
can
the-
you mute your mic, please? I am having trouble hearing Sparks.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking. My bad.
I know, it's the bag. It's picking up the bag.
It's still picking up the bag.
Yeah, if you can mute your mic, that'd be great.
Oh, it's the mic from the phone, from the camera, that's it. But I'm done with
gotcha.
dragons. Sorry.
Okay.
That's okay.
right.
So basically what happened is someone was snooping around our vessel. I tried to send my familiar to talk her alone, and she went into a portal, and I lose the trail. So I can, yes, I can do. Of course I can send my familiar, but if she goes into a portal, then that's it.
Well, we could send one of our more stealthy Legion members to hopefully tail her. You know, stay within earshot of finding out, okay, this is where she's... out of character, do you have to state where you're going with each portal?
Yes, you state where you're going.
Okay, so hopefully they'll be able to overhear and be able to follow her that way.
I'm more concerned with the fact that knowledge of the submersible may get out, because their greatest advantage is that no one knows that we have the ability to bring stuff in.
Well, that's my concern. I think we should go into this cavern under the water, try to see if that demon is there, if it's there, kill it.
That
if
was
we
the
can,
idea for tomorrow morning, I believe.
and try to find a way from us to get in here into the Citadel without using the submersible, and that way the submersible can stay under there and out of sight.
Yep, makes sense. So we'll do that tomorrow morning.
How long can we just have it? I recommend. How long can it stay underwater?
Mark,
We'd have to ask the
You
Dragonborn
guys
crew.
don't know.
I'll ask.
Although have we commissioned a new window?
We did
Because I
that.
kind of shattered the one.
No, but we did that one when we killed the Dragonborn. We stayed in an island. They were doing repairs.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, it is. The ship is fully repaired.
Right. Because I would say for now, until we get that place fully secured, have that boat, have the submersible hide underneath the waterline while it's daylight out.
And then how do we request it to get back up?
Well, no, like, they could stay far enough under the surface where they could tell if the sun is setting. They do have the massive window on the front. And then they just resurface when the sun's set.
You're having this conversation on the
Yes,
ship,
on
right?
the submersible. Yes.
Okay. Is Agranak with you guys?
Sure.
I just want to know who all is present. Obviously, Silver would be present. Agranak is present. I think that would be it, correct? And would you have informed your men where you were going, or would you just leave them to speak to Urag if they need to get in touch with you?
Probably inform them that we'll be on the submersible for a little bit for a meeting.
Okay.
Away from possible prying ears, given Grover's reputation and what we've seen of it.
Sure. As you're having this conversation, there is I guess a knock on the submersible door. Paige comes down into the submersible to find all of you. Captains, Commander, we've received missives from the houses.
All of them?
Not all of them, but some of them.
I'm assuming House Carmichael is one of the ones we have not received from.
Actually, we did.
Hey.
I believe that will be the first one I will read. And just missives, right? No messengers at the gates?
No, all missives. You receive all it is a missive saying that we will have a representative in attendance. You receive similar notes from House Benton, Foster.
Benton being which one?
The one here on the island.
That's the bank thing.
Yes. So Benton, Carmichael, Foster, Dolan, and Keaton, or I'm sorry, not Keaton, and Weston, all inform you that they will be sending representatives to your summit.
We got Keaton. Yeah, we had Keaton's this morning. So who's the one missing?
Andros. The gear.
Okay, who's Foster?
Foster is the fox.
The fox.
The fox.
Foster is the fox.
Okay.
Carmichael's the dragon. Keaton is the dove. Dolan is the sphinx. Weston is the rook. And Benton is the scales.
So Carmichael is not coming, right? They didn't send
Carmichael said they're sending a representative.
Okay.
So did all of those houses. All the houses that you've received letters from said that they will be sending a representative, except for House Keaton. They said that they are too busy dealing with House Carmichael's evil to come to any sort of meeting, but have offered for you to join them in their crusade. And House Andros has not responded. Yet. They could still.
Did I spell that right?
Which one where?
Andros.
Oh, I don't have Discord open, so if you're typing that in our Discord...
No,
It's in.
I'm doing it on the map.
Roll20.
Oh, I see that.
And what was the
yes.
bank one?
Benton.
Benton.
And the Sphinx is Dolan.
Basically,
Dolan.
none of them is coming in person. All of them are sending representatives.
That is correct.
Which is kind of what we were anticipating, but it also makes the people they choose to represent their house will reflect their house too.
Right. So with that being said, what's our message?
What are you going to say to them? Is that what you're trying to
Yes.
decide?
Yes, that's exactly what
That's exactly what we need to find out before tomorrow. Gas.
Okay, and we are having the meeting here then, rather than the
Well,
each-
no,
chamber?
no. We're having that not in here in the fort.
No, I mean
No,
here location-wise.
like the
Okay.
fort. They have all indicated that they will send a representative to meet with you.
Okay, so in the fort then. Fair enough.
Was that our original idea, or are we doing
Well-
what that
I wouldn't.
fake convinced us to do?
What was your original letter? Didn't your original letter say that you would like to meet with all of the council members, either in the council chambers or at the Citadel, or what did it say? Can you remind me?
Yeah, that was to that effect, that it was going to be either we would like to have an audience with them at either the council chambers or in the Citadel, and
Okay.
all of them have decided to send representatives and not come personally.
And send them to the Citadel and not the council chambers. Yes.
Okay.
That is the effect. That is what they have informed you of, essentially.
So let's play pretend and that we are right now in the council meeting. What are we going to say?
Pretty much what I said to the Knight of the Page the other day in regards to our primary goal in the city right now is making sure that our soldiers have compensation for the decade that they spent far afield.
Okay, but how are we going to say it?
I suppose that would depend on what House Carmichael's liaison replies with. And will this actually be the first council meeting that House Carmichael has had anyone at in years?
The council meetings are specifically a meeting of the heads of the houses, and she has not attended any of those.
Okay, so they wouldn't even have allowed her to send a representative instead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So basically, we're looking to pay for our men as we've always wanted.
Yes, hopefully.
Okay.
They're probably going to ask us after that if actually achieve that. What then?
Help maintain order in the city, just as the Legion has always done. And we would report ostensibly to the council itself, since we have no king to report to instead. Does that sound fair?
Unfortunately, I fear taking that stance will allow each council to each member of the houses to feel that they can put pressure on us to aid them.
I think our statement should be, instead of serving the council, we serve the crown
Yes.
and its
Or
people.
serve this, yeah, serve the
Serve
city.
the crown and its people, and the city.
In other words, a sense, but without saying it explicitly, that they recognize that the Legion recognizes no authorities other than the crowns to give them orders.
Yeah.
I am concerned that might backfire, because they would then look at us as rivals as opposed to someone to work with.
They already do.
At the moment, I think they're more feeling us out as to whether we're rivals, subservience, or...
How about this? Instead of saying we serve the crown, we just say we serve the people of Grover.
That I can agree to. And we can cite our work in the Citadel as evidence of that.
There we go. Does anybody have any objections?
Not at this time.
No.
All right.
No, I think that works.
Because if they ask any one of us a question, it has to fall in line with this.
Agreed.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is we need to show them we are all one collective unit
Solidarity.
in mind. Yeah.
Though that does raise the question of, because they're all sending one representative, who should attend this meeting? Should I head it personally? It seems that they're expecting that.
Yeah.
And should it just be me, or should all of us be in attendance? Because I worry that that might send the message of... It might send the message of me being indecisive. However, we do have Urok.
I will say that we all should be in the meeting, because what's probably going to happen is that we will have to deal with representatives and not the people themselves. And if they see our faces, then you don't have to later on be talking to every single representative. It can be one of us, and they already know our faces.
That is very good justification for why you should be there as well.
That's fair. Is there any objections to that?
Absolutely none.
No, that makes sense to me.
Preacher?
Nope.
Silver agrees as well.
All right. So we're all
Now,
good.
incidentally, if we are working through liaisons and the like, who is meeting with which house? Should that circumstance arise.
I'll
Just
meet with.
something to ponder.
If Keaton does send a representative, I got them.
I'll take Dolan.
Well, I meant in regards to the heads of house personally. But although we can also establish that during the meeting itself.
Yeah.
I can either do Foster, Benton, or Carmichael. I absolutely refuse to deal with Andrews. I might just hit them. I don't
mean
trust
Weston?
myself. No, Weston. There are nobles, so that's fine. Andrews, they get under my skin. So, yeah. I
Okay,
hate
but with
false
Andrews-
advertisement.
So, out of character, as the dungeon master, I want to make sure I know what your plans are. So your plan is to rest today and make sure that the refugees are all settled. Yes?
Yes.
Well, we've also got other business to do around the city today. We need to get that round table that will seat... How
Sure.
many? A dozen?
You
It
guys
looks
do
like?
not need to do that. You can send you probably have already sent members
Yeah.
of the Legion to do that.
What about
Well,
going to
The bank, yeah.
the bank and the university?
Those are the biggest two.
You can do that
Yes.
as well. So you're gonna deal with the bank and the university. In the morning, your plan is to send the submersible down into that cove, or you're just going to put it below the water before they get here. And are you
I think-
dealing with the devil situation in the morning, or are you waiting until after the meeting?
I think in the morning is my vote.
Okay.
Are we
Because-
a question? Are we dealing with it going down the stairs or going down the submersible?
Going through the submersible.
I think that probably makes the best sense.
Because presumably that's on the lowest level, or close to, and it'll bypass all the defenses they've set up.
Okay.
Possibly.
All right. You send a registry. You have your. Do you have more of this meeting that needs to take place, or was that kind of consensus as to what your plan was? The kind of the conclusion of this particular meeting.
I will Yeah, I would
I had
like.
more that. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, and I would just like to talk to Gus
Okay.
apart, but if
Well
there's
then,
more
if
meetings,
that's part of the that's after the meeting, then
Yeah.
hold on. What does broker need to say?
I just wanted to get a consensus on it just an agreement for everybody. What are we looking from them out of this meeting?
On a personal
Arnie.
level, the measure of each house, what they value, what they've been doing in the city. Like, this is a baseline. Okay, we've been far afield for a decade. We've yet to get a full lay of the land in the city.
Okay, so basically, we want to know what are their roles within the city.
What are their interests within the city? Yes. That sort of thing.
I don't think they're going to tell us that.
they're not going to tell us that.
Well,
What about?
on a personal level, you might be able to smooth talk them prior to the meeting, and then we can have the meeting proper.
So are you having members of the Legion kind of liaise with each of the individual representatives before having a full-on meeting? Is that the plan?
The captains, yes.
But a question, wasn't that the reason you were against that? That was the reason why we are held in this meeting, because you didn't want to have deals in the background.
I think
Or-
the idea is that they are sending representatives, and each of you are going to essentially be a escort. And I can say this in Silver's voice. Each of us are going to be an escort for one of the representatives up until the start of the meeting. This way we don't look like we're favoring anybody. Each one is getting the same amount of attention. They're getting the attention of one captain. And then when we all meet, we've had a chance to interact with them alone and see what they would say to the Legion if they didn't have the other representatives there. But then we have them all in the same room, and it doesn't look like we're playing favorites because all of the captains have spoken to every one of the members.
And
Well-
it's all happening simultaneously.
Okay.
But there are 7 houses, right? 6 of them confirm they're coming, and there's only
5 of them confirm they're coming.
of
Andros
them.
hasn't responded, and Keaton said they're not coming.
Okay.
So we're having at
So-
most 6.
Right, and I think Silver's going to say this. If we want to make it look like we're not showing any favoritism, then Commander, you shouldn't meet with any of them as the liaison. It should all be the captains.
Yes.
Absolutely. And figure Lukash can deal with one of them, since he was a captain up until recently.
Okay. So
Presumably, actually, he can go with House Weston. I think both of them tend to be very combat-minded.
That's a great idea. Okay. Broker, did you have more that you needed to ask?
So that's just making sure I've got bases. So yeah, out of character, I'm trying to write it all down.
Right.
Yep, fair.
So just making sure we're all in agreement, what we want from them, what we're looking for, what our message is, and who is dealing with what house, representative-wise.
okay.
Okay,
So Weston is with Spectre, Keaton is with Preacher.
If they do send a representative to this meeting.
Okay. If not, then who are you taking?
Benton or Carmichael. I'll leave that to you.
Benton.
All right.
Let's not send the cleric to speak with Carmichael.
Yeah, exactly. Like no.
No.
Hi, you're the representative from House Carmichael? Turn undead.
Okay.
I'm sure that'll go
So-
over well.
Hang on.
and I believe you mentioned you didn't want to be the liaison to House Keaton, because of the power the head of the house might have with you?
No, also because they might not come. They say
No,
that.
no, like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, during. I was thinking after the meeting.
Which one were you taking, Sparks? Because I was taking Dolan.
You're taking Dolan? Okay. Give me one.
Out of character, what is Gaz's faith then as a paladin? Like, which god does he worship, if any?
Saren Ray.
He worships Serenade.
Actually,
We just kind of retconned it that it was a deity that his parents worshipped outside of the Oridan pantheon.
Actually, no. He kind of stumbled on a forgotten shrine in the wilderness sort of
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry. That is correct.
Trix, do you have a favorite?
Anyone who is not House Keaton.
Okay. I can either, if Preacher is taking Benton, I can either take Carmichael or Foster.
I would recommend Foster.
Okay. So that leaves us with Andros or Carmichael.
Andros did not give a response.
Andros didn't. Okay, true. So
As
Trix,
yet.
you are with Carmichael.
I can handle that.
That seems to make the most sense to me.
All right.
Well, the only reason why Sparks wanted Carmichael, it was because she wants her money, and she doesn't
Yes.
care if they're on debt. She wants her money. But
Absolutely.
Okay, so who's got Andros? Broker?
no one.
Andros is question mark because they
Oh.
didn't. You don't know if they're attending. They haven't responded.
So
Keaton
it's likely
is
be silver if they do.
Keaton is not coming. Yes, Andros would be silver if they show up.
Okay.
So I have
Also-
Dolan is
Broker.
broker.
I've got it written on the map, actually.
Yep, I see it. Dolan is broker, Trix is Carmichael, Benton is preacher, and Weston is Sparks. All right.
All right.
I'm Foster. Weston is Spectre.
Oh yes, that's what I have. I'm so sorry. I misspoke. I said I have it that way, but I misspoke. Why don't we do silver with what? Oh, Spectre is Weston. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, whoever goes in Weston is going to love Spectre. They are so racist there.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, half-orc thing, but I was also thinking military-minded. Actually, who do we have that's human? Like, fully human.
Preacher and me.
Preacher and Sparks.
Well, human presenting, anyway.
I can try to take Weston.
That might not be a bad idea, now that I think about it.
If you want, I could split Dolan and Weston.
No, I think we all should have one, and just focus on one. Otherwise, there might be trouble.
I'm going to let you know ahead of time, from a Dungeon Master perspective again, that any of these interactions that you want to have one-on-one with any of the houses, I will probably turn over the Legion NPC to one of you all to have that interaction, rather than me role-playing those interactions with myself and not asking the correct questions that you would ask. Does that make sense?
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll have one of you be Spectre and one of you be Silver if the need arises.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took me a couple of seconds.
Yeah, me too. I was
I'm
like,
not going to sit there
"What?"
and have conversations with myself on your behalf.
Voice actors do it all the time.
Yes, but I don't want to give away anything that you would not ask about. So
Fair point.
Okay.
I guess I could probably take over Spectre.
okay.
If only because of the half-orc issue.
Keep it in house. Okay. You register. If you're going to register the spellcasters with House Dolan.
Do I know how much it's going to be beforehand?
I was gonna let you know.
Okay.
It is 50 gold per license to operate as a spellcaster in the city.
Okay.
How many
Sparks?
casters do we have?
Well, in the room, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 just in the room.
We might want to bring that up during the meeting then.
Yeah, that might be a.
Especially
might
since
be
the
a
Legion
meeting
is
thing.
going to be in service of the city, sort of thing. Like, we're still willing to pay it, but maybe at the same rate that, say, the guards within each district would pay.
And I would probably also have you roll a D100 to see what percentage of your men are spellcasters. Actually, that's not true. I would say, you have 300 men. Probably no more than a fourth to a third of them would be spellcasters, I think. Yeah, see? Exactly. 25-30% would probably be spellcasters. So, if you want to register...
Rangers, rogues.
Yeah, ranger, anybody who's a ranger, anybody who is a
Fighter.
a lesser priest, anybody who is a... If there are any other arcane tricksters, you have to think how many different types of spellcasters are there out there, you know? So I would say that. Their corporate rates.
Well, in that case, wouldn't it be more like 50%, since I think it's about 50% martial, 50% caster?
I would say that if they're mostly first and second level characters, then anybody who's a ranger, rogue, fighter, anybody who's a half caster wouldn't really have spell casting yet, right? So
Yeah,
you wouldn't
fair
have to
point.
worry about them.
Although, would lay on hands to be defined as spellcasting?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Are there other artificers in the Legion? Being that it's a very niche.
Might be a specialized thing.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay. So
Although having an artificer contingent would be a really good thing once we get back up and running.
Artificers are very well paid, and rare types of spellcasters. So
I may want to buy the bullet just because artificer, if they get they get not wanted us to have corporate rates then.
So let's see. There's that, and then the other thing that you can have your men secure a round table for the meeting, and they start getting that set up. You know what the rates would be to register everyone, so you may want to leave that to the meeting. And the what was the other thing you needed to do today prior to the meeting? Was there something else?
I just wanted to, after the meeting, just talk to Gus.
Okay, go ahead. Well, as soon as the rest of you fall out, then you can have that conversation.
There was. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
There was one thing I wanted to bring up with everybody. If that was, and this is more of like a personal thing. Could I possibly get some money for a weapon?
A magical one, yeah. That'd probably be a good investment.
I mean, it doesn't have to be anything special. It's just I've noticed that while fighting down there, I realized I wasn't really.
Yeah,
doing
something
much.
magical would help.
Yeah, I was thinking of making one myself too. The issue, broker, is that even if I make you one, it's going to be extremely expensive. Like, I still need to start doing the sending stones, and those ones are 200 gold pieces that I already have the money apart to do with them, and they're these tiny little things. And what type of Give me an idea what type of weapon do you want, and I'll try to see what we can do.
Thanks
Honestly.
for following, Brian. You're awesome.
Honestly, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yo, go ahead. Nope, you're good.
Honestly, anything. I'm not picky. I know nothing about magic.
Presumably something you can still do that sneak attack with.
Yeah, and as long as it doesn't break.
Yeah.
That's-
Actually,
Go ahead.
can I do a quick religion check to figure out what fiends are weak to?
Yeah. Give me a religion check.
Light. Radiance, probably.
Because, well, I was thinking in terms of weaponry, if, say, they're weak to silver. That might be less expensive than an outright magical weapon.
They
Yet
probably are
still do
weak
the
to
same
me.
damage.
They probably are weak to me. Fiends. I can take care of them.
Yeah.
And actually, we might want Silver and Agranac down there with us tomorrow.
Give me a second, I'm pulling this up. You know that they can be harmed by silver. Gaz. Silver or magical weapons would be useful.
Okay, so how much is a silvered weapon compared to magical?
Oh, if that's the case, it doesn't even need to be a silver weapon. Maybe just some
Coating.
Yeah.
Well,
it
it'd be a
takes
weapon with like a silvered edge.
yes. They they take half damage from any non-magical weapons that aren't silvered. Is the specific wording. So, a silvered weapon is. I will tell you in a moment.
Apparently, Player's Handbook, page 148, if what I'm seeing online is right.
That is correct. I'm pulling it up. It's just taking a second. I believe it's 500 on top of the cost of the weapon.
100.
Is it 100? You are.
That is a worthwhile investment, I
You are
think.
right.
Yes. So, if
You can
I
eat-
think
I'm
Yep.
sorry. Go ahead.
no, well, I was going to suggest that we can go to the marketplace and try to make our weapons silver coated or something.
That works.
I just need to speak with Gus, and I can meet you outside.
All right.
Gus,
Yes, Sparks?
you trust me, right?
What's going on?
Nothing. Well, I have an idea about how to maybe make the Legion at least afloat, monetarily speaking, and independent, as we talked before, in order to be able to function. Do I have your green light to do so?
The Smuggler's Cove idea, right?
Yes.
I think this is a discussion best had after the meeting.
Oh, this is
Because
after the
we've-
meeting. It's just
No,
the
no,
two
no.
of you.
No, I was
Oh!
saying like after the meeting tomorrow, because then we can find out from the houses. Okay, like we'll have a better understanding of how everything is going to be from here on. I think.
I think they already made it quite clear how it's going to be for here on out. None of them is coming personally. They're sending representatives, and not all of the houses wanted to talk to us. The houses are lying. One of them is saying that we are with them. The other ones already tried to make us go war with undead, and the stupid papers keep saying bad stuff about us. And even if they give us our money, that doesn't mean that they're going to give the money freely, guys. We have to be quite realistic about it. We still
And
have
what
that-
if House Carmichael's representative says right up front that they're willing to dispense all of the promised funds?
what if they don't? Or what if they give something else? Even if they give us the money, that money is going to go to most of our men. And that is not going to cover what's going to happen from here on onwards. We need to be functional and stable monetarily without having any ties with any of them if you want us to stay neutral. And I will use persuasion.
Give me some time to think on it. Because aside from that, what exactly would be smuggled? Because I know that the most expensive items would be items that are banned within the city.
Actually,
Correct.
no. No, yes. The most
Or are
valuable.
controlled.
No, the most valuable thing that you can smuggle, first of all, is saffron. Second is coffee.
What was the first one?
Is saffron the spice?
Saffron?
Saffron, yes, saffron.
Why are...
You just said it in Draconic first, that's all.
And why are they the most expensive items?
Because saffron, to be able to cultivate, you have to manually unplug the pistons
Or
of
rather,
every.
why is it such a large profit margin smuggling as opposed to going through legal channels?
Because as you saw when we arrive here, if we get into the piers, there's going to be a percentage taken from the piers. And then after we get into the city, there's going to be a percentage depending on which market we are going to sell it, plus the percentage of the bank. So everybody is going to take a cut, and the profit margins for anything that we sell legally is going to be non-existent unless we have an agreement with any of the houses. They are already taking their cut, and they're not giving anything to the public, as you saw.
I can tentatively agree as long as it's non-hazardous items, such as saffron and coffee. Weaponry would be right out. Any magical items would be out because, aside from being noticeable, you also don't have control over whose hands they go into.
What about healing potions?
Healing potions I can understand. Though, we might want to consult an alchemist or two to make sure that they can't be somehow
Hello?
tainted.
Hello?
Can they somehow... Can you
Push.
assure me that potions can't be tainted in any manner?
Oh, here, let me just quaff this potion to inflict wounds.
Well,
Um,
yeah, essentially. Like, can they make it so that the magic inside actually causes harm as opposed to help?
If they're already sealed and everything, then no. Whatever, if you then break the seal and
It
put
would have to be
something
in the
else
mixing
in,
process.
yeah, it will have to be in the mixing process. And I can, if you want me, I can check the potions before selling them.
That's
Here, try this one. Tastes good. Next.
I can also, the other thing that we can do is bring the ingredients for potions, especially for healing and stuff. That's another thing.
That would do it as well, because then we could make that here, I believe.
Yes. And I would like also to have like a stock of items to be able to make weapons for ourselves and also potions for ourselves. So if we can bring the raw materials, then I can work towards that too.
That I can see.
It will be a win-win scenario. So the Legion will get stuff for themselves, and what is a little bit more, we can sell it.
Give me a bit of time regarding the weaponry items, though, because we might be able to have an arrangement where we can bring materials in for the Legion to make weaponry
That's what I
for
want.
our use,
That-
with the houses. I mean, we might be able to pull such an arrangement. Keyword being might. I'm not saying it is likely, but it is possible.
Okay, so I'm just.
Or at least that way they aren't then wondering where are they getting all these new weapons when they aren't going to the market and buying them.
Well, because you have an artificer with you. Hi.
Well, I mean in terms of even the raw materials, if we aren't going out to the markets and buying the raw materials.
How do they know we have what we have?
They'll get a brief glimpse when they're in the fort.
Not necessarily.
True, but, well, say we suddenly have silvered items for most of our forces, for example.
It will. Yes, that will take.
I realize it would
time.
take.
Yeah.
I realize that, but you get what I'm saying at least. You can understand my perspective on it.
I understand your perspective. How will they know what items do we have? Well, if they actually help us out financially, then they can think that we're buying it over time, because even if you give me the raw materials, I won't be able to equip every single member of the Legion. It will take months just for a dozen of us.
I'm sure we have at least a few Legion members that were blacksmiths, as after all, we've had to keep our weapons maintained.
Yes, but
That's
we
true.
need a place for them to do blacksmith. The reason why I
And
haven't
there may
done-
very well be a forge further on down. We haven't looked over
Hopefully.
the schematics in detail.
hopefully,
Or a
but,
place to construct one.
but the reason I haven't done anything of any artificer jobs for the Legion is because we lack the monetary resources, the place for me to do them. So
Yeah, we will hopefully be able to set up a workshop then.
now the thing is, in order for this to work, I will have to make. Well, I'm in the midst of making a deal with Captain Card. We are going to keep talking about if it's possible or not, but I need an answer before he leaves.
In regards to the non-hazardous items, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Same with raw materials for weaponry, because those can also be crafted into, say, horseshoes.
Yes.
Okay. So Sparks, you have cajoled the commander into at least a partial willingness to move forward with these plans. As it is the 4-hour mark, I will end it with you guys heading to the market to buy Broker a silvered weapon. You head out to the market, and it isn't long before you find a silver weapon for purchase. It costs you 100 gold above the cost of the rapier. And it seems, Broker, that you're going to have an opportunity to use it sooner than later, should you desire to. As you are shopping in the market, and the evening is fast approaching, there are suddenly screams throughout the marketplace. As you run, you can't even get to the central fountain of the main promenade.
It's a festival.
But that is because people are running towards you like a sea of chaos and panic. And behind them are tiny fey creatures that look like the most evil, twisted, small humanoid bugs you have ever seen. These yellow shitness covered horrifying creatures. There in the promenade, Gaz. It is here.
Okay, so not too far, but still
Not
a good
too far.
half hour from the Citadel?
Just to check quickly before we leap into combat next week. During our short rest, did Sparks and Broker spend hit dice to regain hit points?
They certainly can.
I know Sparks did.
Because they're not updated in D&D Beyond. That's why I want to double
that's
check.
fine. Yeah, that's just Broker and Sparks in the marketplace. But you guys are on the outskirts of this. You see a handful of them coming in your direction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The main...
Presumably buying the table.
Actually, roll initiative.
I knew it! I forgot about this! Ah!
We
Yeah,
do need
right.
our tokens on the table.
Yeah.
Do I even have these in here?
Uh.
It's been so long. How many of you went to the market, by the way, when they went to get the silvered weapons?
No, go back.
Well, that's why I was wondering whether it was just those two.
Yeah, I'll ask. This way, you have a.
There we go.
Well, actually, Gas probably was focused on trying to get the refugees' families contacted.
I would have gone along.
Okay.
A nice break, even though it turned out it wasn't.
I'm not sure if Gaz would be there, except maybe to buy the table, or if he was escorting one of the refugees back home or something.
Oh, that's not the right song. Stop it! I told you to stop.
Stop.
Well, Broker, if it's only you and me, then nice meeting you.
It is not. It is not just you and Broker.
You have to shrink me again.
Oh, you don't need to be small. We're just going to move you over to the side for now.
Okay.
I have to actually add in your turns again, because I had made a mistake prior to. So I'm going to go ahead and add in your turns and just go ahead and change them to what you rolled. Preacher, are you there as well?
I honestly don't know if he would be if he stay at the Citadel. Yeah, actually, you know what? He probably would be still at the Citadel.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Actually, Gaz would probably be riding Urag. Actually, Gaz might not be there, but Urag probably, or might be. That way
Okay.
they'd have someplace to load on equipment or what have you.
Yeah, you can just have Urag with them. You can play the part of Urag.
And Urag.
So, quick question. For the weapons, did Broker left the weapon there, or was quickly coated with silver, or is going to be on time, or how is it going to be?
You guys can buy silvered weapons immediately, so you'll have them.
Okay, then I'll. And it was 200, right, for each of us?
Correct. It's 200 plus the normal cost of the weapon. It's 100 on top of the normal cost. It's not 100 for it. It's the.
Oh, actually, Agranak and Urag.
You sent Agranak with Urag with them? Okay.
Yeah, it makes a bit more sense because that way you could get out, see the city a bit.
Give him some freedom?
Yeah, give him some, get out, get some fresh air, take Urag with you.
Sorry, I'm
Or vice versa, like.
A bit of a slowdown here as I'm trying to get this all up. So, that's fine. If you're sending your bodyguard to go hang out with them, that's completely fine.
Especially since I'm in the fort anyway, unless... Yeah, like I'd be in the fort helping the refugees, trying to get them in contact with their families since they've been away for months.
Okay.
And 12 for Urag.
Does anybody want to make a Arcana check to see if they know what these things are?
Yes, I'll try to do that. Hopefully, it'll be better roll this time. Ah, thank God.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Because now I can in Sparks now knows what's going on, and she can actually freak out.
Sparks, as these people are bolting past you and all of you are standing in this sea of panicking visitors and citizens of the city of Grovair, this tidal wave of people, you as the members of the Legion, your instincts are not to run in panic, but to assess the threat. And as you, Sparks, as you survey the crowd and you see what is in fact chasing them, you see 7 of these creatures. And though you don't know a lot of knowledge of the Fae, you've heard of Meanlocks before. These yellow carapaced creatures that are about the size of your parents are terrifying.
Pass.
Do I know what they're if they're poisonous or what can kill them?
They do not have any kind of particular weakness, but they are creatures that breed upon or feed upon fear. As
They're
the
getting a hearty helping tonight.
as the long that's exactly right, David. Dio, Sparks panics. Mark, you're an officer of the Legion. Your instinct is to fight. Dio, then I panic as I fight them.
Yeah.
Basically.
As they're rushing, as they're like jumping and clawing into innocent civilians. Let's see. Broker, what was your initiative again?
25. I know. It was
Broker's original
23.
initiative was 18 originally.
18. Okay.
Yeah.
Sparks, I'm going to need about 10 gold from the from the Legion coffers.
Why? I like we're being attacked. Do you want me to talk about finances right now?
Oh, that was more of a telling you that I'm about to use magic.
Gaz,
I picked up on it.
what are Agranak and Urag doing as these creatures start tearing into innocent civilians?
Leading the charge.
Of course they are.
And actually, Agranax was, or not Agranak, Urog's was only 12.
Initiative? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought I edited it, but apparently didn't hit enter.
Alright, I'll fix it. Okay, well if that's the case then, Broker, what are you doing? You're the first one to act, you see this happening.
Trying out my new sword.
Alright. You push through the crowd and rush up to one of these creatures and make your attack.
Alright. Okay, how do you add the sword?
Yeah, I was going to ask that too.
Just use it. They act as normal weapons, so just attack as normal for now, and you can change their property to silvered in D&D Beyond. And again, I'll give you guys a little tutorial on how to use D&D Beyond. Maybe I'll actually do a stream on some of the uses of D&D Beyond, so that everybody can watch.
Oh, found it.
Not bad idea.
There you go. Yeah, you strike the first one, and you don't have an ally nearby, and these creatures are ready for a fight. So you do the 5 points of piercing damage to the creature, but not yet the sneak attack. It is... Go ahead.
Bonus action. I'm gonna give Agranak the help action.
Okay. And Agranak, it's your action.
Urag will leap into the fray, and she will bite at the nearest one.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll for her. That is the damage. Where's the... Oh, no. The 20 definitely hits. You deal
Holy
a
crap.
ton of damage to the creature, and they are going to make their strength save, and they are going to succeed and not be pulled prone.
And Nigrenak will follow up with a strike. Okay. I'm not sure what class he is, though. Or level, for that matter.
Yeah. He's, just... I think I have him. Do I have
Would he be
him?
barbaric? It would have been from the very first session.
Yeah. No, he's... Just use your attacks for now. Just use Gaz's attacks for now. Just don't use any magic.
I'll use the battle axe then.
Yeah, makes sense for him. Okay, so
and
he
two
rushes
attacks
up.
or just the one?
2 attacks. So Urag rushes forward and bites into the closest one. Agranak rushes up next to Urag and cuts down the creature. The first one falls.
And it gets a pretty good hit on this another one, unless that first one was still standing.
The first one was still standing after the first strike, but dies after the second one. Yep. Sparks?
I'm going to stealth, and then I'm going to attack the one that Broker was attacking.
Okay. You slink through the crowd, getting low, using the size of it to kind of hide yourself as you move forward through them. It's like pushing through a tide. And it takes you longer than you expect, but you find yourself up next to Broker. It is... go ahead and make your attack.
I probably fail.
You get advantage because you
Yes,
are stealth.
yes,
You are hidden from them. You attack out from among the crowd suddenly, springing at the most opportune moment.
Okay.
That's better.
Yep.
And you strike. You deal... I'm going to take the top damage, because that was your first damage. You deal 21 damage to the creature and end it. It falls from your blow.
And I will say to Broker, don't take these... don't follow my example, but these things feed on fear. So, don't fear them.
It's alright. I didn't anyway.
Trix, as you survey, the crowd is starting to part. You're beginning to see more and more of what's ahead of you. The road is opening up, and you're used to the feeling of the tide and seas, and this is just like another wave. As the wave washes past you, you see that there are still 4 more of these creatures coming in your direction.
All right. Well, speaking of waves and everything, as Trix rushes forward, it looks like for a moment he just got hit by a wave, as he appears to be covered in water. And then the water starts to crystallize around him. So Eye is casting that.
Yes, the armor of Agathis surrounds you and solidifies.
And I'm going to rush right up into melee with one, but I can't attack.
Okay. So you just rush right up next to it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. These things all fall in amongst you. One is going to attack each of you except for Urag.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
What if you want to get hit?
I don't think you can just willingly be like, just hit me. What's your AC?
Mine is 20.
Okay. His would probably be closer to like 17, 18. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. First attack hits on Agranac, and he'll take 5 slashing damage from it. I will make an Agranac NPC and give you control of it, by the way.
Out of curiosity, what class is he?
Why don't we say Barbarian? That makes the most sense. So
Okay.
He'll have that because I'm assuming he would have raged going into battle. So
Yeah, and incidentally, I probably should have done two-handed strike on that one then.
that
was only the one-handed damage.
I need Agranac to make a Constitution save, so I'll just go ahead and make a D20 roll and see if he fails or succeeds. He is going to succeed. Then I'm going to have one of these attack each of the rest of you. Broker.
Yeah, that was a D12, by the way.
Okay. Oh, that was a D12. Thank you.
It would have been like a 19 then.
So Agranac still succeeds. Broker, does a 16 hit you?
It does.
Okay. You're going to take 8 slashing damage, and I need a Constitution save.
Alright.
You succeed on the Constitution save, and as you feel your limbs begin to tighten up from the hit, it's just kind of a passing moment.
Alright. I'm also going to use Uncanny Dodge to have that.
Understood. Tricks. 15 to hit you.
Well, what I was going to say was I want to get hit so I wouldn't have my shield up.
Okay.
So that would hit.
Alright, then that hits. You take 5 slashing damage.
Okay.
And make a Constitution saving throw. How many damage does this creature take?
20 cold.
Okay. It's 20 cold damage. It is at 10 hit points. And you succeed
18.
on your con save. Sparks,
Yes.
13 to hit you.
No, thankfully.
You get missed. Okay. Broker, I need you to make a wisdom save at the start of your turn.
Alright.
Okay. As this creature, as this tiny creature is dancing about you, slashing at you with its claws, it's giving off just this incredibly terrifying aura, and you have to will yourself to maintain control of your mind. It is your action.
Okay. I'm going to... Since I'm still next to Sparks, right?
You are.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to attack them.
Go for it. Yeah, you strike with your short sword, and you do 21 damage to the creature. It does not look hardy or hale after that blow. You pierce a very, very integral part of its carapace.
I'm gonna try to talk to it in Infernal. Just be like, do you want to continue?
I will listen to that, and I don't know Infernal, but I probably have heard it, and I will tell him, dude, that's from the Fae, it's not Infernal.
It speaks to you in your mind, Broker. Die, human.
Okay. I'm gonna give... Same thing. I'm gonna give... No, I'm actually gonna give Tricks the help action.
Okay.
This time. And that'll be it for me.
Alright. You give Trix the help action. Agranak and Urag.
Alrighty, Urag bites again. Or attempts to.
And misses, giving an opening for the Meanlock to make an attack of opportunity as she exposes her flank to him. And he does. Or it does. Also, they both need to make wisdom saves, Agranak and Urag.
Problem is, Agranak's wisdom would be nowhere near mine.
Yep. Agranak's wisdom would probably be like a...
+0?
Yeah, let's do a +0 for now.
First one was Urag, second was him.
Okay, so... Urag is afraid of this creature until the start of its next turn. The creature, as Urag kind of backs away, that's why her bite is barely anything. She cowers in fear in front of this creature as its gaze bores into her, and it takes the opportunity attack that it is given and criticals against Urag for 13 points of damage. She needs
half health.
Okay, she needs to make a Constitution save. Agranak, on the other hand, is not afraid. Okay, Urag is otherwise fine, but she's frightened until the start of her next turn.
Okay, and Agranak's going two-handed.
Okay. Miss with the first one and hit for 11 with the second one. Sparks. The one
do I have anything, like any of them in a line?
You can get them that way. First you need to make a wisdom save.
Oh shit. Come on, Sparks.
Its fear aura is emanating from the one directly in front of you. You barely succeed on controlling yourself. The temptation to run in fear is immense. But yes, there's one standing in front of you and one standing in front of Broker, so if you shift over, they'll be in a line.
Okay, I'm going to shift over to have them in a line, and I'm going to use my breath weapon.
Okay. They need to make dex saves, correct?
Yeah. Of 11.
They both fail. They both take 14. The one standing in front of Broker burns up and dies. The one in front of you takes the 14 points of damage, and his blackened carapace is smoking from the electricity that goes through it. But in spite of the lightning damage that is done to it, it's still kind of standing, wobbling in front of you.
Okay, can I hide?
If you want to try and slip back into the crowd, you can attempt to, but you will have an attack of opportunity against you because you are still standing next to one that is up.
Okay, then no.
Okay. Tricks. The one in front of you is covered in frost from your armor and pierced in many places by the growths of ice spikes around it. It is kind of bleeding gore in many places. What are you going to do to it?
Do I have to make a wisdom save first?
You do.
12?
That just barely makes it. The gore just makes it all the more terrifying, but you steel yourself because you've seen into the depths of the Dreamer. What are you doing? The first one is going to... Unfortunately, actually, they both miss the creature. So as you slam your claws, or however you're doing your primal savagery, it dodges out of the way of your attacks.
Well, it looks kind of like... I guess if my claws weren't there, it would look like I was trying to slap the air, but there's a 5-foot claw shooting out of my hand, made of acid.
the creatures. Let's see. There's still one in front of Urok and Agranak. There's one left in front of Trix, and there's one left in front of Sparks. So each of you are going to get attacked by the Meanlock. Okay. Sparks, it's going to miss you.
Yes.
Agranak, it is going to hit on a 21 and deal 6 slashing damage, and he's going to need to make a Constitution save. There we go. Let's see. Barbarians are proficient in Constitution saves, correct?
Yeah,
I believe
strength
so,
and con.
Okay. So that's probably a 12 for him, at least. The last one is going to hit you, Sparks. That's a 19 to hit. It does 9 damage.
Uncanny dodge.
Okay, and I need a Constitution save.
Okay. So how much is the? If it was 9, is 5?
What's that?
The damage.
Oh, it was 9, it's 5, yes.
Okay. And Constitution.
You are paralyzed for the next minute as its venom seeps into you. You knew this was a possibility, and you feared about it. And now you feel your entire body become rigid.
No. Help.
Broker, make a wisdom save.
All right. Okay.
You succeed. You can continue to act against this creature.
All right. So I'm gonna. How many creatures are near Sparks?
There's one right in front of her. It has
Okay.
taken 14 points of lightning damage.
All right. So I'll try to go. I'll go next to Sparks, kind
Okay.
of get his attention on me,
Sure.
and then I'll attack with the sword. Where are you?
What? I don't see your sword attack. There it is. That definitely hits, and that does not do the sneak attack damage because Sparks is incapacitated. So you deal 5 damage to it as you plunge your rapier into it. Bonus actions?
Bonus action. I'm going to.
Hit it again. With a.
Yeah, I
Dagger?
can hit. Yeah, I can hit it again.
You have a
I'll hit
second.
again.
You have a 2. You're wielding 2 weapons, right?
I am
Or do you
not.
know-
I'm only wielding one.
Okay, then you cannot do a bonus action attack, unfortunately.
Okay.
Oh, you don't have to weapon fighting.
I do have 2 weapon fighting. I'm just not carrying 2 weapons.
You don't. You have. I remember that you throw at one point a dagger, didn't you?
I mean, he definitely has 2 weapons on him right now, and it would be a move action to pull one out.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you were carrying your non-silvered rapier? Or were you carrying your non-silvered rapier when you went to the market?
That's
That
the
makes
question.
sense.
it would
If-
make sense. I mean, I carry a weapon with me everywhere, but
Yeah.
Because you just bought a silvered rapier, which means that you would have a
Yeah.
second rapier on you.
also they're short swords.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
S words.
All right.
So
I will.
you can make a second attack if you have your normal short sword with you.
It would absolutely make sense to, especially since you could compare like the weight, balance, and everything.
Yeah. All right. In that case, I'll make another attack with the short sword then.
Sure.
Um,
That one will not get your damage
Right.
bonus. No, not the sneak attack, but it won't get the +3, so it'll do 4 damage to the creature.
4 damage. Okay.
Yes. The creature looks like you hack off one of its arms with your first blow and then stab it with the second one. And it looks kind of awkward and is stumbling about.
Could I try to intimidate it?
Not after making 2 attacks.
Okay, then in that case, no.
Okay.
Then I'll just end there.
Okay. Gaz, it is Urag and... I'm sorry, it's Urag and Agronek's turn. They both need to make wisdom saves. Urag,
Agranak.
Yeah, Urag continues to be afraid of the creature, so it can attack, but it's at disadvantage.
I've got an idea for Urag, but it depends on how Agranak does.
Okay. Agranak is fine as well. Both of Agranak's blows are going to miss the creature.
Okay. Urag will... If she... I'm trying to think of the right term for D&D. Disengages? Can she run over to Sparks and pull her away from the one near her?
She can disengage and use a shove action to do that, yes. And because Sparks is paralyzed, I don't believe that she can resist the shove. So yeah, Urag can start dragging the paralyzed Sparks along the ground by her cloak.
Kind of, yeah. That'll work. And by the cloak, because she knows that Sparks doesn't like to be touched.
Yes.
Okay. Sparks, I'm gonna double check. You can make a saving throw at the end of your turn. So, to see if you're not paralyzed anymore.
Okay. So... Constitution, right?
Yes.
Nope!
You remain paralyzed. Tricks, wisdom save.
Okay.
Are you afeared?
Yes.
You are afeared.
Oh no.
You have disadvantage on your actions against this creature, as long as it remains in front of you.
Oh no. I should probably run away from it. I'm going to run away from it.
Okay. You're just going to get as far away as you can. Are you going to disengage as your action?
I'm going to run away from it.
Oh, okay. It'll take the opportunity attack. I understand.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alright. Stupid armor Megathus. Stupidness. It rolls an 11 to hit you.
Oh.
So, unfortunately, does not get killed by your armor.
So, I'm frightened of it, right?
Correct.
Alright, I'm gonna throw Eldritch Blast at another one.
Okay. Technically, fear says you have disadvantage on your attack rolls and ability checks as long as the source of your fear is within your line of sight. So,
yeah, it's gonna either way.
no matter what you attack, you still will have disadvantage.
Oh, well, that's not fun. It's probably too dangerous for Lightning Bolt.
There's 3 of these things standing. There's one in front of Agranak that is hurt. There's one in front of Broker that's incredibly hurt. And then the one in front of you, which is also pretty damn hurt.
Well, you know what? I'm just gonna risk it. I'm gonna run back up to it. Wait, I can't approach it anymore.
No, you cannot approach it anymore. You walked away from it. You can't move forward.
Alright, well then I'm gonna throw an Eldritch Blast at it at disadvantage.
Okay. That still hits and deals 5 damage to the one that you are afraid of, or 8 damage to the one you're afraid of.
That I don't know. Is that including my?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
The
Okay,
8
it is including agonizing.
Yes. So you deal 8 to the one that missed you as you moved away.
Okay.
Do you get 2 Eldritch Blasts at this level?
Yep.
Okay. Where's the second one going? Same creature?
Yep.
Okay.
Does a 14 hit?
14 will miss, unfortunately.
Oh, that would have blown it up.
Yes, it certainly would have. It's going to rush towards you. Actually, it dips into the shadows of the shop next to it and pops out of your own shadow behind you and strikes.
Oh man, it's got advantage too.
And
Oh, darn.
I rolled a 13 to hit you.
That's the best of 2?
That's the best of 2 on advantage.
Oh,
It was
God.
a 13 and an 8. Agranak is going to get missed, and Broker is going to also get missed. Broker, give me a wisdom save.
All right.
Oh no!
Broker,
Can I use my inspiration?
you may. Go ahead, give me a second roll. Oh my god!
All right. Yeah, sure.
It really wanted you to fail to save.
Okay.
You are terrified of this creature that is smoldering with broken carapace from the lightning bolts, and in spite of its near death, and it's dripping with like insectoid gore that's just pouring out of it in pools. It just is horrifying. You have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, and you cannot willingly move towards it once you move away from it. You can attack it.
All right. I'm just gonna power through and attack it.
Okay.
Oh no!
Well, don't need to do the disadvantage roll.
Oh man.
You swing
Is-
with your first blade, and it blocks it. Are you going to make a second attack at disadvantage, or are you going to give someone the help action?
I will give Trix the help action. Wait. I want to make sure if there's something real quick. Actively. I'm gonna give Sparks the help action, because then she can use it as an ability check.
Okay.
That doesn't include saving
That doesn't
throws.
include saving throws.
Good
Okay.
saving throws.
No. In that
Yeah.
case, I'll give it to. I will give it to Trix then.
Okay, that will negate his disadvantage. Well, he'll. That's right. You got to remake the save at the start of your turn. Okay. You give him the help action, and then Agranak, it is your action. There is
Alright.
still one creature in front of him.
Urog, then Agranak for the wisdom saves.
Okay. Urog succeeds. Agranak is suddenly frightened by this tiny creature. Do barbarians get advantage against being frightened while raging?
I think it might depend on the type.
Okay. Well, then we'll just say that he fails. He is terrified of this small, bug-like creature, and he does not understand why.
Well,
Both strikes still hit and annihilate this thing, crushing it into bug paste. He just channels his fear directly into
Wait, a 12
his
hit?
attacks. The 12 misses. The second one hits, but it was low enough on hit points that'll still kill it. So,
oh, nice.
yep.
So does that mean he no longer has disadvantage?
He no longer has disadvantage. The source of his fear is now bug paste on the ground.
Ah, finally. 16
Sorry, had
constitution.
Urog hadn't taken her turn. She'd get up to help with the one near Broker.
Okay. After pulling Sparks out of the way, Sparks, you feel your limbs begin to loosen up and limber. Urog misses the blow. She runs up to bite it. Trix, you are still. This one has jumped up behind you to attack you. Make your wisdom save to see if you are still frightened of it.
Yes.
You are.
Oh no! I'll run away again.
Well, once again, make its attack of opportunity against you.
Or attempt.
Attempt to. They're not very intelligent. That's not the right roll. It hits you and dies as it does 7 slashing damage to you. Make a Constitution save.
Yay!
It dies against your armor as it digs its claws into you, and its bug-like form is slowly falls off of you, sliding
and
its
shatters
claws
on
down
the
your
ground.
body. Yep, absolutely.
All right. How many are left?
There are 2. I'm sorry, no, there's 1. There's the one that is in front of Broker.
Then I'm gonna throw Eldritch Blast at it.
Okay.
Does he still have disadvantage?
Nope.
Nope, it's dead now. I'll go with the crit.
Yeah, that's going to crit for... that's actually going to be 14 damage to it.
Okay.
It explodes with the force damage, raining bug guts all over Broker and Agranak, or not Agranak, and Urag as it dies. The last one falls, and as you look towards the center square, the direction where it came from, as you're peering in that direction, you suddenly see the explosion of a fireball in that direction. And you hear the statue in the square, the one that sits over the fountain, explode, and you can see off in the distance just kind of the... you see like the top of the fireball between a couple of the buildings that you're looking through towards the center square of the market, and you see bits of fountain raining from the sky and bouncing onto the street around up further ahead. And as you look at that and hear the sounds of the chaos that has dying down in that part of the city up ahead of you, maybe a few blocks away. We will end it there for tonight, in the aftermath of that sudden explosion and blast. And thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed A Company of Fools.
We are not going to do the affirmations?
We are.
Perfect.
But I like to end it on that note. I hope everybody enjoyed playing, and I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. It's something we do like to do here that we started doing a few weeks ago, thanks to another Dungeon Master that I like to watch on here, DM Dread, Dreaded DM. He's great stuff. They're located in Australia, so they play in the mornings for me. But if you get a chance to check out their stream, go do that. Anyway, we like to do some affirmations. They're just kind of opportunities for us to share things that we enjoyed about each person's role-playing and the story as it unfolds. I'm going to start with you, Stu, and why don't you tell me what your favorite Gaz moment was tonight?
Like as myself, or?
You yourself, yeah, I want you, Stu, to tell me what your favorite moment for Gaz was tonight. What stood out to you as something you enjoyed role-playing with Gaz?
Probably either the interaction with the refugees in Agranak, or the one with the guy from the Mint.
Okay. Yeah, I really liked the refugees in Agranak. That whole conversation there was really something I enjoyed. Broker John. How about for you? Something that stood out about Gaz tonight. A moment that stood out for Gaz for you.
One thing that really stood out for me was during the meeting, kind of hearing everybody's different opinions, and I feel like he's slowly but surely kind of getting into the feel of like, hey, we have to play this game.
How about for you, Dio?
I Sparks talk to him and like, hey, I have an idea. And what did you do this time? Like, yeah, he knows Sparks. Oh my god. Yeah, I really enjoy Sparks' conversation with him and how he tried to manage Sparks.
That like forgiveness instead of permission conversation between the two of them.
Yes.
Adam, how about for you?
I enjoyed my interaction with the refugees as well.
Do you have any Gaz moments that stood out to you tonight?
I also really liked the interaction that he had. I thought that was interesting. But I think I enjoy how Gaz has to constantly just deal with all the nonsense that Grover keeps throwing at him.
Not only Grover, but his officers too.
I'm pretty sure he's used to their nonsense, but now he's got new nonsense on top of all the
Yeah.
nonsense.
There's always this like resigned sound to your voice, Stu, when it's like, all right, I guess I'll go deal with this person now.
That's what being in charge is all about, that dealing with other people's problems.
It's really funny though, because when it comes to like rushing into the situation with the devils down below, he's very much like, we're gonna go do this and we're gonna get it done, and like this is like, he's like very in tune with that. But then he has these other commander responsibilities of dealing with these nobles, and he's just like, okay.
It's like, can I just hit something, please?
How about for you, Preacher John? Is there a Gaz moment that stood out to you tonight?
I hate to double up, but I feel that interaction with the mint guy probably is my favorite of the night.
Broker John, your favorite broker moment this evening?
My favorite broker moment this evening was having a conversation with Preacher. It was short, but just finding that little bit of camaraderie in, like you said, just two people who grew up in Grover, and I want to see how well it is for when I get to contact Dietrich about not only finding out about my family, but finding about his family as well, Preacher's family as well.
Excuse me. Real quick, David said that Gaz trying to put things into words that Agranak would understand and having him turn it around on him was one of his favorite moments for Gaz. I definitely enjoyed, by the way, playing Agranak and Gaz and having that conversation play off of each other. That's something I very much enjoy, is their interactions. Stu, what was your favorite broker moment or a standout broker moment for you?
Probably his immediate ability to just get the people out to gather the information, and aside from that, also, as soon as Sparks got paralyzed, he was right on top of it.
Mm-hmm. How about for you, Dio?
I did really enjoy his talk with Preacher, but I also like how he's always quiet, but when he needs to speak, he does, and he brings really good points. Like where we were in that meeting, he was like, "But how are we going to handle this? How are we going to present ourselves? How are we going to say the things that we need to say? And we need to all be like on the same team, basically, and trying to gather as much as information as he can and try to help us manage the situation." I think making him a lieutenant was a great idea because of that.
Absolutely. Adam, standout moment for broker.
I really liked the I think God, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry, I'm starting to get a migraine.
That's okay. Do you want me to go to John and we can come back?
Yeah, that would be great. I'm sorry.
No problem.
The two Gravere boys being like, hey!
Yeah.
Hey, what part of Grove are you from?
Yeah, exactly. David said sending the were-rats out to gather intel like a proper spy master. And for me, actually, something that I really enjoyed, actually, was a very little thing, was just at the end of the conversation when you guys were like, we're going to go deal with the devils tomorrow morning, Broker just being like, can I get a magic weapon or something? Because I'm basically useless without one right now. I just thought that was just like, it's such a little moment, but I felt like it was really, it was very good. I really liked it. Adam, did you...
Yeah, what I was gonna say was I really like a lot of the role play moments. Not like one in particular, but that he does a good job of balancing Gaz out as the lieutenant commander. I think that it's a really cool dynamic, and that showed up today, like you said, with the were-rats and stuff, and helping Gaz deal with a lot of the nonsense because everything in Grovere is nonsense, which is super fun for us, but like. When you're thinking about the characters themselves, that would be really frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Plus, his pragmatism is definitely a good counterbalance.
It is.
Yeah.
It's the exact counterbalance, right? Because Gaz is like this vocal, upfront, like lead the charge, like be the paladin. He's got this high charisma, high persuasion, high intimidation, like always goes into combat talking to his enemies. And Broker is always so quiet and sneaky and like helping people behind the scenes and sending people out to find out information. He sits in meetings and just waits and waits and waits, and then will say what he needs to say after everybody's done talking. They like are the perfect bookends for commanding the Legion.
Very good compliment to each other.
David said, Gaz, we need to do the right thing. Broker and Sparks, can we do the smart thing instead? Dio, what was your favorite Sparks moment tonight?
Oh my gosh. Trying to play nice with everyone and like Sparks is smiling and in the inside sending messages to everyone like, oh my gosh, shut up. Like panicking all the time. Yeah, I love playing Sparks.
What, Sparks is jumpy like a spark? No.
Stu, favorite Sparks moment this evening?
Definitely the, oh, you caught my hand in the cookie jar moment.
How about for
She's approaching Gaz and, oh boy.
How about for you, Lieutenant Commander? What was your favorite Sparks moment?
Really, it's tonight. It just wasn't one moment. It was more of like just Sparks as a whole. So like, just today it was just like, is there money involved? And no. All right, well, I don't really care. So I think I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I thought that was funny too. I enjoyed that as well. Adam?
I really liked the conversation between Gaz and Sparks. That was my favorite, with the trying to get the black market smuggling set up. I also enjoyed the conversation between her and the captain. So basically just everything related to the smuggling tonight.
Yeah. How about
She actually managed to convince Gaz.
yeah, that was awesome. How about you, John, Preacher John?
The out of character little backstory about her about learning how Sparks had her own little horde. Back in
Oh yeah, that,
Yeah.
I personally enjoyed the the conversation between Sparks and Captain Card.
Right. Yes.
That was probably my favorite Sparks moment, because you were full on Sparks, like, oh my gosh, it's Captain Card, like, and yet trying to negotiate with him.
Check.
Like, David in chat said the rolling like 800 insight checks tonight, and yet you were full on. Look at this bitch eating crackers level of paranoia.
I don't like how she's eating.
And even though she was being paranoid, she didn't inside check the most important part.
It's true.
Because the paranoia switch wasn't flipped for that point.
Yeah.
It was after she greeted everybody in a friendly manner. All of a sudden, Sparks was like, "Okay, she's up to something."
Yes.
Adam, what was your favorite moment for Trix? You said was the evangelizing the injured.
Yes. I mean, I'm not going to try and get a fighter to become a warlock. They have no need.
How about for you, Stu? Favorite, what Trix moments stood out to you?
Definitely that one, because he was very much... Well, it was that, and then the quick little quip just before that battle of, I'm going to need 10 gold from the coffers. I was surprised that Sparks didn't pick up on that, because I hit that immediately.
Yep. How about you, John? Broker John?
My favorite moment was in combat, and I really like how you use your spells and just your abilities. Like, even when you're frightened, you just deal so much damage, and it's great.
Arma Agathis gets really silly at high levels because it's 20 temp HP and 20 damage every time I get hit until the temp HP is gone.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
It's also not concentration, which is my favorite part of it.
Yeah. Yep. Dio?
Yeah, I really enjoy him trying to be a preacher kind of character. Like, here's a bowl of soup. Here's the pamphlet for my God.
Yeah.
And
we've got
talk about my Lord and Savior, the Dreamer.
Yes.
Proselytizing.
We have a lot going on, and my God wants something to be taken care of in the South.
How about
I want my own were-rats.
Absolutely.
Well, you have the fish, but they're not the
You have the fish. Go be Aquaman.
Talk to me a little bitches.
How about for you, John?
I'm running away. That's going to cause a provoke an attack of opportunity. I know. I'm running away.
Oh, no!
Yeah, that one it took me a bit to pick up on.
Yeah. Yep. I think, honestly, for me, for you, I think for you and Preacher, or for you and John, being like the newcomers to the group that has been playing for a few weeks, that seeing you guys start to kind of come into your characters a little more in different ways, like your moment with the refugees, kind of talking about what the Dreamer has done for you. I think that was really great. And there were some moments definitely during the different conversations, either as a party or with the people who were there to meet with you, where I can tell when you flip into the Trix voice and you start to like think the way he thinks, and seeing more of that would be I want to see more of that.
For the record, the Trix voice, I was in a crunch, and it's the potion seller voice from the potion seller video.
It works.
That's the voice.
John, your favorite Preacher moment tonight?
How do we know that she was even from House Weston?
Yes.
I mean, how do we even know she's from the council house of the council chambers?
Yep. I appreciated that for sure.
Just that moment of hold on, he's just that. Yeah, someone's treating us like a fucking country bumpkin, aren't they?
Gamsa's case, they were right.
Stu, your favorite?
Definitely that one where he kind of called that out, and I was genuinely skeptical on it, and then it came back. Yeah, that's not her. Oh, huh. So I did wrongly misattributed that to Trix at first, and then backing me up with that persuasion with the refugees trying to get information.
How about for you, Lieutenant Commander? Your favorite preacher moment?
So again, really just getting to know Preacher and knowing that he cares his family, but also his intuition, right? Just kind of bringing his ideas as him living in Grover, probably definitely longer than Broker has. So seeing somebody who's more aware of what the game that is being played in Grover, and then giving the insights like during the meeting, that was probably my favorite part today.
Nice. How about for you, Dio?
I like all of that, but my favorite moment was when he asked us, am I the only one concerned that there's undead over there? And everyone was like, yes.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
How about for you, Adam? Favorite preacher moment? And try not to think of the fact that John is your roommate.
Oh, no. I enjoy that he's role-playing the character. That's cool. Sometimes you're very stoic, John, and I like that this character's not quite as stoic. Mm-hmm. So I'm saying that as someone who's seen you roleplay before. So I'm really liking your roleplay. But just in general, because I know your style. That being said, I really liked the interactions with him and Broker.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I really like the interactions with you and Broker. I like that you're willing to take a little bit of license when talking about certain things and being like, I'm from this city, I know some things. Like, you take just enough narrative control to like add a little bit of detail without like stretching something beyond without stepping on my toes as the dungeon master. You know what I mean? Like, and I appreciate that. You add to things instead of like kind of fencing me in. And
yes,
we can do some yes and. Exactly.
Yeah, because that's one thing like I was concerned about with the character was like how it is like the religious faction of the Church of Orad within the politics of Grover. Is it neutral? Is it involved? Like, or is it like it's being headed up by one of the leaders of the houses? So it's tied up in the game already.
Yep. I'm gonna say, as an overall, it really showed tonight that you guys have picked up on a lot of, you've started to pick up on what's going on here. There were a couple of sessions when you first got to Grover where I wasn't really sure that you guys were getting the hang of the difference between what you were dealing with in earlier episodes with like just upfront confrontation, and now you've started to get into like all of you started picking up on little things that are like, oh, this is not what it seems like it is, and this isn't what it seems like it is, and this isn't what it seems like it is, and that there's a lot more going on here. And I was bursting with pride in the chat that you guys were picking up on those things. I was like, yes, they're getting it. So the last thing I do is ask favorite DM moments, and for me, getting to play Captain Card is one of my favorite things to do in this campaign. So I really enjoyed doing that. But Stu, do you have were there any moments for me tonight that stood out for you?
The two standouts were Agranak, because I genuinely did not expect them to turn that around like, oh, you just use them for your own ends. Because I was more trying to relate it in a way that he would pick up on, but that backfired horribly. Actually, I've got three, come to think of it, because the second one was role-playing the two different emissaries. the one from the mint, like making his disgust with the, filthy lower class really palpable, along with her being overly friendly to the point that I didn't pick up on it. It's like, oh, thankfully someone that finally appreciates us, but enough that Preacher picked up on, wait a second, this is not how this city works. And then the third one would be during the group meeting where Silver, like, you picked up on what I was getting at in regards to kind of schmoozing behind the scenes with all the representatives, where, like, we can finesse them beforehand to get a better feel for how they are. And that way we also aren't looking like we're playing favorites.
Absolutely. How about for you, Lieutenant Commander? Anything stand out for you?
So in general, one of my favorite things, people that you roleplay as, is Silver. Like, I think just how Silver interacts with Sparks and Gaz, and how he just brings kind of this, kind of like whatever we're kind of missing is what he kind of fills in. And I know that goes on with like the end, but it just fits his character as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the role that I like to. I like to have a DM NPC there sometimes that can not necessarily take control of the situation or anything like that, but sometimes there's like, rather than feed you information through an NPC like that, I like to try and reframe what somebody has already said so that sometimes it doesn't always come across exactly the way the person was trying to say it, so having a voice in the room can help push the story forward sometimes.
And give us a nudge now and then.
Yes.
It's definitely the case here.
Dio?
Captain Card. The comment that I put on Twitch, not only you stole my heart, now you're stealing my blood. I could perfectly see him like, what? That moment of that kind of because he's something that he will do. He will ask for 40% if he was in my shoes, but at the same time, being in the other end, he was like, "Yeah, you nail it."
Adam, anything stand out tonight?
There were two things. One, I really liked Captain Card, and I like all of the politicking, even though I've realized that my character hates it. I like it.
That's good.
That said, as an aside, I really liked your descriptions of the creatures that we fought. I thought that was a really great job of describing those, so I wanted to mention that.
Awesome.
And how they acted and stuff like that. I thought that was really well done.
Stu, did you really just follow me for the first time right now?
It never occurred to me before, no. I was just, click on the link when it pops up in Discord.
Thanks, Stu. That's awesome. I appreciate the follow.
Were those hook horrors, or were they something else?
No, they were meanlocks.
Oh.
They are tiny fae, or small fae creatures that are unaligned fae. Yeah, there's more going on in the story with them. Some of the people who watch other episodes of the campaigns know that they've popped up in multiple places in the world surrounding the same events. So yeah. John, any standout moments for you?
Having never interacted with him before, I do appreciate the look at Captain Card like everyone else. Other than that, no, it's all kind of bland. You suck.
I'm down for that. I'll get better. You tell me what I did wrong, I'll get better.
Nah. You're good, man. You're good. No seriousness. Captain Card and that I admit that when there was that look of you little shit on your face when Preacher made that suggestion, was like, are we sure that she's even from the counselor house? So I was just like, yeah, gotcha, bitch.
I didn't expect that to happen, but yeah, I was hoping it would. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, thanks. I like doing this because I think it helps us all to pinpoint like the role-playing moments that we all want to see from one another, and it encourages us to do those things more. And if that's not what the game's all about, then I really don't know what it is. I hope that all of you enjoyed watching. I hope you guys have enjoyed the changes to the stream. We're gonna try and get this up and running for Tuesday's game as well. We've got a similar setup there, so hopefully that will work out. And we will see you tomorrow. We were supposed to start doing. We are going to be moving our Tuesday streams to 1 p.m. Eastern time in the future, but tomorrow it's still going to be at 5:30. So we will see you at 5:30 tomorrow p.m. Eastern time here on the Mark Knights Twitch channel. Join us on Discord, check out our Patreon, and thank you to all of you who are out there supporting us still. We are going to go ahead and raid one of our sister streams. Let me just pull that up and find out who we are going to flood. I'm going to close out that window and pull this up. Let's see who we're going to get. I'm going to pull up the stream ending screen and give you a little music while we wait. We'll be seeing you in the next chat room. Thanks for watching.